How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final fight. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
I'm back. I'm back. I am back from the, how do we even describe Portland, Maine? How do we even describe Portland? I don't even know. I don't even know. Hey, just so you guys know, I'm super excited because I just learned that one of our favorite new channel members, not Tina Kotex, who is in the chat all the time, is currently live streaming the Portland Dyke March. This is fucking awesome. He's already been streaming for like an hour. I would love to go back and watch the Portland Dyke March at some point this week. We're not going to do it right now, but can everyone just like go and make sure you subscribe on his channel, and let's all just say hi to him in the chat. If we can get into the chat real quick, let's just all say hi. I'm going to say great job. Can't wait to watch this, because he is one of us. Not Tina Kotex is one of us out there doing the work to provide us with the live footage. I think this is super fucking cool. I hope he got the speeches of this. I think this is going to be an extremely far left event. The Dyke March is unmatched. Guys, if you guys think that like the Gay Pride Festival is the most leftist thing that you are going to encounter around this time of the year, it's not. It's really not. The Pride Festival, like the Gay Pride thing, where they have a big fucking parade and they dance on the floats and all that stuff. Okay, you might see some naked people every once in a while, but let me tell you what, the Dyke March, and Dyke Marches are held all over the country. The Dyke March is so much more leftist and so much more crazy than the Pride Parade, like to a significant degree. So if you have never been to a Dyke March in your area, I highly recommend you go. I went to 2 this year. I went to the Dyke March in Boston and I went to the Dyke March in Chicago. I went undercover at both events. I wore wigs at both events. At the Dyke March in Boston, I wore a long pink wig. At the Dyke March in Chicago, I wore a gray-haired wig. And so I still have a whole bunch of fuck ton of material from these things. I know that Not Tina Kotex is going to get some stuff too, because like, how the Dyke March works is you start with a rally, and he got the rally earlier. So what I'm really looking forward to is going back and watching the speeches, because what they do is they give a bunch of speeches, and you can see these are crazy people. These are fucking crazy people. You guys want the very queerest of people. The Dyke March is where you are going to find them, okay? The Dyke March and also the Trans Liberation March. The Trans Liberation March, I haven't really been to as many of those, but those are popping off. I saw one in San Francisco this year. I was at the Trans Liberation March in Chicago. The Trans Liberation March is also extremely leftist, also takes place around the same time as the Pride Parade and all that stuff. Anyway, not Tina Kotex. We salute you, good sir. We salute you, good sir. And we will definitely be checking this out, but I want to give the Dyke March in Portland the attention it deserves, so we're not going to watch it right now. I do want to watch, because I want to watch the full thing, to be honest. Like, the speeches are going to be the best part. I also cannot wait to see the propaganda that he's able to pick up. I hope he picks up zines and stuff, because, okay, how the Dyke March works is you have like a rally, like where people give speeches, and then everyone goes on a big march around the city. And then there is a tabling event where extremely far left organizations hand out pamphlets and flyers and propaganda and stuff like that. And you can like almost everything is there for free that you can just take, and you can just collect their propaganda. And again, it's some of the craziest shit that you're going to see. It really is. I've gotten the Dyke March is where I've gotten the materials. Actually, do I have it right in front of me? I don't think I do. I think this might be from something else. The Dyke March is where I got the materials about how to make your own DIY trans hormones, because that's something that's going on the left. They're distributing instructions on explicitly how to make your own trans hormones. And these come in the form of zines. I picked up multiple of these zines, but specifically I've gotten them at the Dyke March. They're handed out there specifically. The Trans Liberate, actually, there was also I know I'm rambling a little bit, but at the Boston Dyke March, there was also, I talked to a mutual aid person at the Boston Dyke March. They had whole kits of supplies, like syringes and stuff like that, ready to hand out to people so that they could support their own DIY trans hormoning. So not only are they teaching the young queers of the far left how to literally cocktail their own transition hormones. I'm not making this up. They have both the feminine ones and the masculine ones, and they teach them how to do both. Sometimes they even teach them how to mass produce this stuff to hand it out to other people. I'll show you guys the zines at some point. I'm not making this shit up. So not only are they teaching the young queers how to make their own hormones, they are also providing them with syringes and supplies to administer their own DIY hormones. And all this is for free, basically. So that's the type of shit that happens at the Dyke March. And that mutual aid lady that was handing out the transing hormone kits, she was also handing out drug supplies and sex supplies and all sorts of other stuff. Perfectly nice lady, lovely black lady, and a very, like, she had very frilly dress on or something. But, like, she's doing some crazy shit. I mean, she may mean well, but she's doing some crazy shit, like, I guess. So I'm really looking forward to watching Not Tina Kotex's coverage of that. And hopefully maybe even Not Tina Kotex can, we can make sure he's in the chat, or maybe he could even come on the stream and talk about his perspective of it. That would actually be an interesting thing. That would be an interesting thing. Anyway. So I just got home from the anti-ICE protest in Portland. And it was everything that you might think it would be. It was. There were at least 5 far left organizations that I saw at this event. It was hosted primarily by the Party for Socialism and Liberation. The DSA was also helping them. The Revolutionary Communists of America were there. The Independent Socialist Group was there. Communist Party USA was there, which Communist Party USA is trying to make a resurgence. For people who don't know, CPUSA right now on the left is not really relevant. So people sometimes come on the channel, they're like, Karlyn, why don't you cover the Communist Party USA? I have in times of past, but right now, like for the past several years, CPUSA isn't really relevant. Let me put the chat on the screen. Because what happened is the leadership of CPUSA demanded that all of their members vote for Joe Biden in 2024. This was before he dropped out. So the leadership of CPUSA demanded that their membership vote for a Democrat. This really pissed off the membership. And it basically started this internal coup of CPUSA where CPUSA, first off, expelled people that were like overtly saying, we're not going to fucking vote for Biden, fuck you. But then also a whole bunch of people left and basically connected. This is actually the origin for people who don't know. This is the origin story of Haz al-Din's, or Haz al-Retard, as he probably should be called. This is the story. This is the origin story of the American Communist Party, the ACP, which is also something I don't cover on the channel because it's not really communist. The ACP is irrelevant on the far left. But when CPUSA tried to order its members to vote for Joe Biden, the members were like, fuck you, we're not doing that. There was basically a mass exodus of CPUSA that basically left them pretty much without any members. So for the past couple of years, there's been no real reason for me to cover CPUSA because there hasn't really been anything going on. However, I feel like CPUSA is trying to make a resurgence now. I saw CPUSA at May Day in Boston when I was undercover at that. I'm pretty sure I saw CPUSA at Pride Weekend in Boston. And now I've seen CPUSA in Maine at this anti-ICE thing. So I think that like they're trying to have a resurgence. So maybe we will cover CPUSA again. But basically, the reason that's the origin of the American Communist Party is when all of those people exited from CPUSA, that basically became the initial group of people that joined the American Communist Party, the ACP, where you had these people who were trying to work in CPUSA, basically leaving. The Midwestern Marx guys were also involved in this. And so that became like basically the founding members of the American Communist Party because they didn't want to vote for Joe Biden and they were part of the mass exodus and stuff like that. So those are the groups that were on the ground. Also, Antifa was there. I literally showed up. I was walking around Portland for like a couple hours before the event started because I wanted to walk around. I wanted to see how many anti-ICE signs were in the business windows, and there were a fuck ton of anti-ICE signs in the business windows. If you've never been to downtown Portland, Maine, it's basically like, first of all, Portland, Maine is a really cool city. It's a really cool city. It's on the water. You get the best lobster in the world there. Like it's got all these little shops and eateries and vintage stores and like just artistic places. It's got cobblestone streets. Some of those streets are shut off, so it's just for people walking around. It's a really cool little downtown area with like lots of stuff to do. It is also extremely leftist. And so one of the things I did is I made a special point to get up early to get my ass up to Portland today, because even though I've been up there the past couple days, I haven't really had a ton of time there. And I wanted to take a walk around downtown Portland and basically see how many businesses had anti-ICE signs hanging in the windows. Because one of the things that anti-ICE activists do is they go to local businesses and they teach them to hang up these signs that basically show their solidarity with the leftists that are protesting. So this is actually a proactive effort that people on the left do to get people to kind of do things to keep ICE from deporting employees that work in their businesses and stuff like that. So I wanted to walk around and see how many businesses were doing this in downtown Portland, and there were a fuck ton. I think a fuck ton is the like actual proper language for how many anti-ICE signs I saw in the couple hours leading up to the anti-ICE protests. So I did that. And then it was time to go to where they were having the protest. And I walk up to, it's called Monument Square. I walk up to Monument Square, and the very first thing I see is a giant red and black Antifa flag on a giant metal flagpole. Somewhat I have never seen a flagpole this large at a protest before. This guy had the largest fucking flagpole I've ever seen that I've ever seen someone carry around. It's like the size of a flagpole you would stick into the ground, and it's like he pulled up the flagpole from the ground and just decided to walk with it in a march. And it was a giant Antifa flag, and I was like, all right, here we go. So Antifa was absolutely represented at the Portland ICE protest that I was at today. And there were a bunch of people in black bloc, and there were a bunch of people wearing masks. And there were like normie, kind of like older boomer, liberal, progressive types as well. Is there a video? There is video that is on my Twitter and also on my... So here's the thing with the video. It is a pain in the ass to upload to like 7 different platforms when you are standing out in the rain trying to film shit, okay? So I don't have all the footage on YouTube yet. There is a ton of footage on my Twitter feed. There is a ton of footage on my Instagram. And the reason it's on Twitter and Instagram first is because it's simply easier for me to do on the fly. I have taken some footage that I haven't uploaded yet. Some things made it onto TikTok, but uploading to TikTok is a fucking pain in the ass. And YouTube is also kind of a pain in the ass. So if I'm ever live at an event and you guys want to see what footage I'm posting in real time, Twitter or X, whatever, is probably the number one place to follow me. I'll put my handle in the chat. It's the same on it is the same on both Twitter and Instagram. So I'm Dr. Karlyn B on both Twitter and Instagram. So Instagram's going to be like the second best place to look for content, just because it's much easier to post to Instagram than it is to TikTok for some reason. TikTok takes forever to upload. Instagram's just much quicker. So that's where they are right now. But what the fuck is this? Arturo, oh God, has Arturo started losing weight yet? Arturo covered your tweet vids and he halfway agrees with you, but he's also a conservative retard. Yeah, Arturo's definitely a conservative retard. But listen, if Arturo agrees with me on like 50% of things, then maybe he is getting over his retardation. Maybe Arturo can still be cured of his retardation if we can get him halfway there. You know what? Listen. Most of us were retarded at some point about this topic. Like, listen, there was a time 6 years ago when I was retarded about this topic, okay? There was a time when I was retarded about this topic. There was a time when you were retarded about this topic. Arturo is still retarded about this topic, but perhaps he can be saved. If we can get him 50% of the way there, perhaps Arturo can be saved. He played your videos and said you have a point about mutual aid. Okay, well, Arturo, if you want to play nicely, then I am more than willing to play nicely and stop calling you a fat fuck on the internet. Okay, I take it back. I just had to get one last one in. But like, listen, Arturo, if you want to play nicely and you actually want to have a reasonable conversation and you're not going to be a dick, we will help you learn. There was a time when we were all retarded, okay? There was a time when we were all retarded. And the thing of it is there are 2 types of people in this world. People who want to learn and grow and evolve beyond their additional, their what the hell is the word? I just lost it. I was about to make such an articulate point. There are people who want to learn and grow so they can evolve beyond their initial level of retardation. And there are people who simply are not capable of that. And there are many listen, there's a lot of money in appealing to stupid people on the internet. I totally get that. I really, really do. They're great. Like, check out my Facebook page, Decode the Left. I think it's just facebook.com/decode the left. The reason I don't even know the URL of my own Facebook page is because I can't go on Facebook because of the amount of retarded bullshit that gets said in the comments. I can't. My head would explode on a daily basis. But my point is, there are people who can be taught and there are people who can't be taught. And for the people who can be taught, I will help you learn, okay? We don't need to be enemies. If you're secretly watching my content and you think I hate you or we've had beef at some point in the past for some reason, I genuinely mean this. If you want to admit that there might be shit that you don't know about the far left, and maybe admit that I am the queen bee of this topic on the internet, I mean, can we just all say that now? I am the queen of this fucking topic on the internet. Everyone knows it. No one knows more about this topic than I do. And even if we have had beef at some point in the past, if you just want to be a normal fucking person and come to the table and watch the fucking evidence, we will teach you, and we don't have to fight anymore. And chances are, I'm a fucking Aries, okay? Aries forgive almost immediately upon getting mad. Just because I've been mad at you before doesn't mean I'm mad at you now. In fact, probably I don't even remember why we were fighting in the first place. That's actually the truth. If I've had beef with you in the past, chances are I probably don't even remember why we were fighting in the first place, with the exception of very, 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 very few people. So I don't give a fuck. I've already moved on. I don't care. Do you know how quickly Aries people get over shit and just move on to the next thing? And it's just like, and then I'm like, why can't you get over it too? Like, we were mad. We probably still don't agree on things, but can't we just fucking get over it? Can't we just fucking get over it? Can't we just move on? Can't we just be adults and like exist in this space and maybe try not being dicks for once in our fucking lives? Yeah, I am a forgiving fascist dictator unless you really try to fuck with me and destroy my work. I am a forgiving person unless you cross a line, and there are very few people that have crossed that line, but some of them have. But for the most part, if people are secretly hate watching me, or Turo, just admit it and let's just be fucking cool, okay? And it's okay to say I'm right about everything. You guys don't have to do this qualifier where you're like, you know, maybe Karlyn had a point about some of those things, but they always have to leave like plausible deniability. They always want to be able to say like, oh, you know, I agree with Karlyn on this, and this, but you know, I just don't know about this others. Like the stuff that I say that really pisses conservatives off. Like they never want to say, you know, they never want to admit I'm right about those things, even though eventually they will admit I'm right about those things. So listen, can we just get over this thing where you guys have to say, you know, maybe she has a point and, you know, but I really hate her attitude. And they like, fuck you. I have had to immerse myself in leftist subculture for 5 years of my life to get as good at this shit as I am. And if I want to have an attitude about it because I have done things that literally no one else has done that I know of, and if you think I'm wrong, give me a name to prove me wrong because I'd like to talk to them. Do you know what I've had to put myself through to be this good at what I do? I will fucking have an attitude if I want to. But if you're being cool and you're just being chill and you're not attacking me, then there's no beef. We don't have to be fighting. That's all I'm saying. All right? God. All these, and I know all these people secretly hate. I know all these people secretly watch me because they used to hate me back in the day because they weren't quite as smart as me, and I figured it all out before them. And then all of a sudden, at some point, they started to realize that I was right all along about everything. Do you guys know how often I get DMs from people saying, so it turns out you were right, and I'm like, yep, I know. I know I was right. I know. And it's correct of you to come and admit that. That's the correct behavior. As soon as you figure out that I was right and you were wrong, just admit it. Just admit it. It's okay. We've all been retarded at one point in our life. It's okay. Thank you, Matt, for the channel membership. W's to you, good sir. Really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Yeah, Cam Higbee hasn't admitted it yet, but you know what? Listen, Cam Higbee right now is telling people they have to accept flock cameras and data centers and a surveillance state. Cam Higbee And all of the other Zionist retards are now telling people that we have to be okay with flock cameras, we have to be okay with data centers, and we have to be okay with the surveillance state. And if we're not okay with those things, we're probably paid by China, according to fucking Cam Higby. Whatever, man. Whatever. Conservative retards have lost the fucking plot. W's to you, John. Thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. Thank you so much for that, good sir. Bought in with the super chat. Karlyn was right about boycotting Coke, that boycotting Coke wouldn't work. I was right about that too. Yeah, I was definitely right about that. I was definitely right about that. So, at the Portland anti-ICE protest today, basically, it was a peaceful protest, guys, and conservatives are already pissed at me for saying this, but listen, I was taking video the entire event. We will watch some of the coverage of the event today because Mercado was on the ground, so we'll watch what Mercado did. Like, fine, I don't really care. I didn't get to see what Mercado was doing, obviously, while I was there. But you'll see, and people don't want to accept this, they were very peaceful in Maine. They just were. And people have asked me, they're like, Karlyn, why didn't you go undercover at this? Because I announced I was going. I did not wear a disguise. I was not hiding my identity in any way. Like, I was not undercover at this event at all. There were people there who knew who I was. I fucking know the Party for Socialism and Liberation people knew who I was because it was so funny. The Party for Socialism and Liberation people were walking around, like, handing out their literature. And it's like, what they would do is they would start to walk towards me and then to hand me something. And then at some point they would lock eyes with me and they would instantly turn in the other direction and not come over and talk to me. So I 100% know the Party for Socialism and Liberation people knew who I was. But the thing of it is, so people have asked me, they're like, Karlyn, why don't you go undercover at this? Because I really didn't need to be honest. I really, really didn't need to. It was just like, first of all, it's Maine. I'm not as afraid of going to something in Maine as I am in Boston or Chicago or Los Angeles or Seattle or Portland or places like that, because the level for risk just goes up in those major urban areas. But like, I'm not worried about it in Maine. I'm just going to say that. So I felt actually very comfortable going kind of as myself. And the thing of it is like, so there were absolutely people who knew who I was there, but people make the mistake of assuming that the far left is always dangerous. I'm going to say something people really don't want to hear right now. I have been undercover more with Antifa and the far left over the past 5 years. I have done it more than anyone, guys. I know I keep saying that, but I really want people to understand there are not people out there that are going to as many far left events in person as I am. And not only do I go to their events in person, I also go into their online events, okay? So I infiltrate their online events, I record their online events. We are listening to these people all the time. But I have been literally, and again, if you think I'm making this up, please name me a single fucking name of someone who's done it more than I have. It's shocking to me, too, that this reality is true. But I have literally gone undercover with Antifa on the ground all over the country over the past 5 years, more than any person that I know of. Might there be someone who's done it more than me? Yeah, maybe there is. I don't know of them, and I've been looking for them for years and years and years, and I can't find them. Do you know how fucking cool it would have been to have someone to talk to when I first started doing this shit? There was no one, okay? So I'm trying to impress upon people that I'm not just bragging here that I've done something that I don't think anyone else has done. I'm not just bragging. I'm trying to impress upon you. I have been around these people sometimes for days at a time. I have gone to events undercover where I have literally spent over 8 hours in a single day with them at like multiple day events. So I spent dozens of hours at one single event in the room with these people. And other events have usually been smaller than that. Usually sometimes it's a full day thing. Sometimes it's not. It just depends on the event. I obviously can't go undercover long term, but like I can go off to like one-off things and stuff like that. So I have spent more time on the ground with these people than anyone, okay? What I want to impress upon you is that the far left is not always dangerous to be around. You can absolutely be around the far left, regardless of whether they know who you are or not, and not be put in any danger, okay? Now, I would just prefer that they not know who I am most of the time because that makes it easier for me to secretly record them and stuff like that. However, I am certainly very capable, even being a person that I am, like with like they know who I am and they don't like what I do and they don't like what I believe in and stuff like that. I can still go and be around the far left and not get physically attacked by them. And when I'm undercover, I'm never worried about it. I have never, let me think about this for a moment. I'm pretty sure this is true. I might remember something else later. I have never seen violence happen directly at any far left event that I've been to, unless it was provoked by the other person. I know people don't. No, that's wrong. I'm wrong. I just thought of a case. I'm wrong. Okay, so now I have to qualify it. I have probably at night, I'm going to be on the safe side. At 85% of the events that I have been to, I think that's a little bit safe, but like whatever. At a significant majority of the events that I've been to, I have not seen the left provoke violence unless someone came and provoked it with them. And see, conservative retards don't want to listen to this. Conservative retards see clickbait all over Twitter where they see the left being violent all the time. And the reality is that at the vast majority of leftist events that I have been to, there has not been violence. And in a few cases there has been, but in almost all those cases, not 100%, but in almost all of those cases, it was provoked by someone else. You don't want to hear this? This is the truth. Do you want to know how I can go and be around the far left, even though they know who I am? Even though they put me on hit list walls. Antifa on Instagram was posting about me today. Antifa on Instagram was posting that I was in Maine at that event today. So they know I'm there. They know they don't like me. But do you know what I don't do when I go to those events? I don't walk up to them, stick a camera in their face, and start to interrogate them and debate with them. And if they come over and say something to me, and I talked to many people at the protest today, and it was just fun. If they come over and say something to me, I'm respectful to them. And again, I don't try to start a fight with them. I try to be respectful because I genuinely want to talk to these people because I'm trying to figure out the way their head works. Yo! CEO gifting 20 channel memberships. Super generous, bro. Big support. Thank you so much. Can we get a round of W's in the chat for CEO, our new friend CEO? Let's get a channel membership banner up. Let's see how many channel memberships. We've already got 22 channel memberships donated today. Really appreciate that, guys. So the reality is, guys, that, and by the way, I have people in my community who also go undercover with the left. And I don't think any of them have ever experienced violence at any event they've gone to. One in the chat, if you have gone undercover with the left and you have witnessed violence at the event you went undercover at. 2 in the chat, if you went undercover with the left and you didn't witness any violence at all. And if you had not gone undercover with the left, don't vote, okay? Just for people who've gone undercover. 1 in the chat, if you have gone undercover and you've seen violence. 2 in the chat, if you've gone undercover and you have not seen violence. Yes, Nick has seen violence. Nick was at the New Jersey ICE facility. Nick has seen violence. That and that does happen. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. But what I really want people to understand is it doesn't happen most of the time. Conservatives have this really distorted impression of the left that they are always violent, that they are always confrontational, because those are the clips that go viral on Twitter. They go viral on Twitter, and then conservative media reports on them because they went viral on Twitter, because conservative media almost exclusively reports on things that go viral on Twitter. That is the world we are living in. So the things that go viral on Twitter are the violent things and the confrontational things, because that's the interesting stuff that people want to watch. Because those things go viral on Twitter, that is what is reported in conservative media. And so if you're just consuming conservative media instead of ever actually going to a leftist event in real life, you are not going to understand that at most events, there is simply not violence. At most events, there is simply nonviolence. And when they do get violent, I'm sorry, people don't want to hear this. Nick was undercover at the New Jersey ICE facility. He is a member of my community that goes undercover. He was at the New Jersey ICE facility, and his assessment, and Nick is not on the left at all in any way, his assessment from on the ground watching what was happening is that Cam Higbee was specifically instigating with the far left to try to provoke an interaction. And he was doing that because if he does that, he goes viral on Twitter and he gets famous and he makes money and all that stuff. And that is what the Turning Point USA crowd generally does. They go into events and they provoke an interaction. They start a fight with someone. They start a debate with someone. And if you guys don't believe me, just watch the live streams. Just watch the live streams. You can see them doing it. We've watched them do it in real time. When I go to a leftist event, I do not want to fight with them. I don't. I would much rather have a conversation with them where they relay information to me, or they give me insight into what they believe and how they see the world. Because what we're doing on this channel is we're doing an in-depth psychological analysis of far-left subculture. The reason we're doing an in-depth psychological analysis, and we're using qualitative data, not quantitative, qualitative, which is much harder than quantitative, by the way. We are using qualitative data to do an in-depth psychological analysis of this subculture that is actively trying to overthrow the government and destroy our way of life. That is what we are doing. It does not benefit me to go to an event and start an argument with someone because I don't care about going viral on Twitter. I don't care. Would I make money? Yeah, sure. I'd make a bunch of money for a couple weeks until things went back to normal. And then I go back. Well, I still make money on Twitter. I still monetized on Twitter. So I'm not saying I don't make any money. I do make money. It's really nice play money to have, honestly. But like, would I make probably thousands and thousands of dollars if I went massively viral for getting attacked at an event? Yeah, sure. And you know what? I'm not going to turn down thousands of dollars, but like, is it worth getting attacked for me? It's really not. It's really not. I've gone viral on Twitter many, 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 many times. I have gone viral on Twitter for good reasons, and I've gone viral on Twitter for bad reasons. I've been on Fox News. I've had that experience. And listen, if Fox News wants to bring me on to tell them the truth and tell their audience the truth, I will do that any day of the week. Yeah, I'll go on, even though I rag on them for being narrative shills and stuff like that. I'll still do that stuff if they want me to do it. Like, fine, whatever. But no, I'm not saying that. You're not listening. They are not acting differently. You are not seeing the full context because you're not at the event. They are not behaving differently. They're not behaving differently. They behave in a way that is extremely predictable. And I know it's predictable because I've been doing an in-depth psychological analysis of their behavior and subculture for years now. If you don't go to their events and start a fight with them, the chances of them starting a fight with you are very, very, very minimal. They really are. I've seen this be true over and over and over again, where I've been able to go at these things. And again, they knew who I was there. I had a conversation with the Revolutionary Communists of America. I was able to ask them a bunch of questions. Now, what I didn't do was stick a camera in their face and say, Revolutionary Communists of America, you're going to answer my questions. And I didn't ask them a list of gut you questions. I literally didn't even record them because that's one of the things that you can do to trigger leftists, okay? If you want to see leftists get agitated, make them think that you're recording them, okay? So oftentimes, listen, I know I try to record a lot of stuff, and I do, but oftentimes, and especially today in Maine, because I was going as myself, I was not undercover, I wasn't going to record them. I just was trying to solicit information. And then if people don't believe me, fine. But I think enough people follow my work to know I always have a reason for saying what I say. And the receipts always back me up. So either you trust me or you don't. And that's just that's the thing. But I had a whole conversation with the Revolutionary Communists of America. They were perfectly nice. And I guarantee you they knew who I was. I guarantee you they knew who I was, okay? I didn't try to talk to the PSL because the PSL was doing the thing where they weren't making eye contact with me. So I knew they knew who I was, and I knew they didn't want to interact with me. So fine. Am I going to go provoke an interaction with the PSL just to cause a problem? I'm not. I left them alone. I record signs when I'm there, but I don't usually record, like I do record people. You'll see people in the videos. But again, I'm not sticking my camera in people's faces and trying to have an interaction with them. I also don't debate them. I don't even usually tell them unless they ask, like, if I disagree or not. It's not my place when I'm at that event. It's not my place to try to change their mind. That's not what I'm doing there. I don't think I'm going to change their mind anyway. W's to you, Jenny. Thank you so much for the gifted channel membership, my dear. Appreciate it very much. The reality is there is nothing that I can say to change these people's mind. And so why am I starting a debate with them that there is no win? The only win is I agitate them and then I get physically hurt. And I don't want to get physically hurt. I don't want to get physically hurt. So am I going to agitate them? No. Well, I have been caught at one event before and basically kicked out, even though they really couldn't legally kick me out. But, you know, I'd gotten everything I wanted anyway, so I didn't really care. Even though I have gotten caught at one event before and they didn't like that I was there and they had pictures of me on their phone and they were looking all over for me, they still were not violent to me when they kicked me out. In fact, the person who kicked me out of the event was a little man that was kind of acting like he was afraid of me and he thought I was going to get violent with him, which of course I wasn't going to do. And then they chased me down the street. A black man chased me down the street with a video camera trying to film me. And that sucked. And I didn't like that. Who likes being chased by a black man down a street of a major American city when you're a woman? Probably no one. Okay. And that kind of sucked, but he was not violent with me. That was probably as close to any sort of interaction as I've ever had at one of those events when I've been undercover. So I know it's a long-winded way of saying, it's just like, this idea that Antifa is always violent or the far left is always violent is just not true. And I know people don't want to hear that because it goes against the narrative that conservatives are trying to shill, but it's just not true. And if you don't believe me, then just go to one of their events. Go find a bookstore. Go find a Radical Revolutionary bookstore. In the Radical Revolutionary bookstore, and they have those in every major cities, go into ChatGPT, say, ChatGPT, where is the Socialist Revolutionary bookstore nearest to me? ChatGPT is going to give you a whole fucking list, okay? Go to one of those bookstores. In those bookstores, they will have a billboard of some sort or bulletin board where people go in and they hang flyers talking about the events that are coming up in your area. That is part of how they get people to those events, is they go into these bookstores and they market to the audience of the bookstores because the bookstores are one of the major focal points of far left activism and education, okay? So that's their audience. They're trying to get people out to their leftist event. Go find an event and go to it. If you want instructions on how to go undercover with the left, you can literally find that on my Substack. How to go undercover. Hang on. I feel like I've got the presentation on Substack. I gotta find the proper name of it. Maybe one of my intrepid mods, maybe one of my intrepid mods can find me the link to the how to go undercover training. I know it's on YouTube. I just don't remember the title of it. So I have hosted a training specifically about teaching people how to go undercover. So if you want to do this, if you're like, Karlyn, you are so full of shit. You're like, I know Antifa is violent all the time. I know the far left is violent all the time. Okay, well, why don't you go to one of their events in the real world and just see? Go and see. Go and sit there and listen to them. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Do you know how I know you do? I was in it on Monday. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. If you don't believe me, just go to the event yourself. Reagan, did you find it? Yes. That is the correct link. That is the correct link. That is the correct link. Hang on, let me show you. Reagan found it. I uploaded it to Twitter. It's called Infiltrating the Left. The latest training I did was for the May Day mass general strike. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. I wanted that one. There we go. So if you don't feel comfortable going, I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but I can find it another time. If you don't feel comfortable going yet, and you're like, Karlyn, I need some tips on how to go undercover, I literally have an on-demand training for you. Go watch it. There are many people that are in this community who have gone through this training, who have learned to speak the language of the left, who have gone undercover at leftist events, and not a single person in my community that has ever gone undercover at a leftist event, not a single person has ever been hurt. Not a single one has ever gotten in an altercation. If you just follow very simple guidelines about how to do this and how to do this safely, and you go in there and you don't try to fight with them, don't try to debate with them, you don't try to change their mind, you just go and you participate in their event as though you are one of them, and you just like watch, and you maybe talk to and say, oh, what are you, like, you could act like a total fucking noob and say, hey, I'm just new to all this, like, what do you guys do, like, what do you guys believe? And they will explain it to you, and they are going to be very, very, very nice to you. And I almost hesitate to tell you this, you might even have fun. You might even have fun. One in the chat, if you have, only answer this if you've gone undercover. One in the chat, if you have gone undercover with the left and you had fun. Two in the chat, if you have gone undercover with the left and you did not have fun and it was a horrible, horrible experience. One in the chat, if you've gone undercover with the left and you had fun. Two in the chat, if you have gone undercover and it sucked and you hated it and you never want to do it again. What I find, and this is true for me, and this is true for many people in the community who have gone undercover, you can see people saying this in the chat, it is a fun experience. You don't want to hear that, but that's the truth, okay? I bring this up and harp on this quite a bit because at today's Portland anti-ICE protest, it was a peaceful protest, guys. It just was. There was no violence. There were no calls for violence. They met in a public area. They had a rally. There was a band there playing some songs. There were people waving flags and chanting chants. They gave speeches. They handed out flyers. Then they went on a march around the city, and you might not like that they shut down the streets, and I don't like that they shut down the streets either, but Did they engage in violent destruction? No, they didn't. Nothing was set on fire. I didn't see them breaking stuff. The people in the city, most of the ones that I saw that were in the shops in the areas they walked around, the people, and I have video of this, the people in the city were coming out and clapping and cheering them on because they all agree with them and stuff like that. No, I am never going back to Detroit because I don't want to be murdered by a black person. I'm going to say that again just so I'm very, very clear. I am never going back to Detroit because I don't want to be murdered by a black person. It's never going to happen. I am never going to that city again. That's not going to happen. So then at the end of the march, where they marched around the city at the anti-ICE protest, they ended in another public place a couple blocks away from where they started. And they again had some chants and did some stuff and like whatever. There was no violence. There was no destruction. I was around them the entire time. There was not a single person that threatened me. They knew who I was. I had conversations with many of them. I even flat out said to some of them, I'm not even on your side here, but like I'm not going to argue with you. I see what you guys are doing. At least you have things you believe in, I guess. But like I talked to them and they were fine with that. You want to know why they were fine with that? Because I almost got attacked by another fucking magatard today. I almost got attacked by another. This is now the third. And again, people don't want to hear this. This is now the third anti-ICE event that I have been to where I was not attacked by the left. And by the way, at all three events, like literally every single time this has happened, I have not been undercover. I was not undercover when I was at the Portland ICE facility last year. I got attacked by a magatard. I did not get attacked by Antifa. I got physically assaulted by a drunk magatard at the Portland ICE facility last fucking year. I was not undercover. I was there as myself. Everyone knew who I was. I was not undercover on Tuesday when I was outside the ICE facility in Scarborough, Maine, and the only person that caused problems for me was a magatard who threatened me and called me a red-headed cunt. And I was not undercover today when another fucking magatard started coming at me and yelling at me and insulting me. And then I yelled back at her, telling her to get the fuck away. And then the police threatened me with a disorderly conduct for being on a public sidewalk, expressing free speech and not engaging in violence. They protected the magatard and they threatened me and told me I needed to leave a publicly available sidewalk. And I told them to go fuck themselves because it was a publicly available sidewalk and the First Amendment is a thing. This is the United States of America. If I want to stand on a publicly available sidewalk and say whatever the fuck I want, as long as I'm not threatening violence or engaging in violence, I am going to do that. And if the police have a problem with it, I will take their arrest. I will see them in fucking court, and then I will sue their asses after I win. So the only person causing problems at the protest today was the magatard that came just like the other day when we were in, when I was in Maine at the Tuesday protest, where we had that magatard show up and he's just causing chaos and all this stuff all over the place, and he's running around provoking fights with people. We had exactly the same thing happen today, but it was a different magatard. It was a woman. So people don't want to hear this. I have now been to 3 anti-ICE events where I have not been undercover, where I have been more physically threatened by MAGA people, by people on the right, than I have been by people on the left. And do you know what I found out about that woman today? I was talking with my friend. So I told you guys, I went up to Maine. I've been up to Maine 3 times this week. I went up to Maine on Monday. I went up to Maine on Tuesday. I also went up to Maine today. I don't know. I don't know her. I don't know her name. I don't know her name. I'm sorry. Like, guys, if you see any retardation like this in the chat, can we please deport people who are this retarded? Or put them in timeout. I'll deport them later if they keep being retarded. That guy just got deported, though. I saw the one port. Yeah. This is what happens. This is what fucking happens. Is I go to an event to cover it. MAGA retards show up. They assume I'm a leftist because MAGA retards don't have a working brain. And then I film them behaving belligerently towards me. And then I put that video on the internet. And then the MAGA retards realize that they don't look so good. And then they say I'm a secret leftist that's really infiltrating the right. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. If you're in a more rural area, you might have to travel farther. If you are in a major American city, then chances are you have one of those bookstores. But if you're in a rural area, it might not be like, you might not have one down the street or something. So I just don't even know what to say at this point because, like, obviously, and by the way, they're not just attacking me. I hope people understand this. When the MAGA retards are coming to the anti-ICE things, they're not just attacking me. They're behaving wildly belligerently. And they're attacking other people too. And then they're provoking and agitating the left, and then they yell back at them because what the MAGA retards are really trying to do is go viral on Twitter. That's it. And the MAGA retards think that fighting back means going and yelling at someone and insulting them. And they don't have any critical thinking skills to say, I wonder if there are people here who are not leftists. They just assume everyone there is a leftist, regardless of what you're doing, regardless of what you say to them. I even said to the woman today, I was like, I'm on the right. I may have called her a dumb cunt. I may have done that. But I was like, I'm on the right. No, you're not. It's like, okay, you fucking losers. Okay, you fucking losers. And it's like, I don't know how people expect me to react to this. Because I've been telling people for years and years and years. The right has done far more to try to destroy my work and has lied about me far more than the left ever has. The left doesn't like me. The left whines about me sometimes in presentations. The left might shit talk me, but what the left doesn't do is actively try to assault me or proactively spread lies about me around the internet that go far and wide. Like, I cannot tell you how much more bullshit has been spread about me on the internet by the right because they're pissed off. They don't like what I'm saying. They don't like what the evidence says. I'm not feeding into their conservative bullshit talking points. And it's like, now it's literally at the point where I am in more danger of being physically assaulted when I go to cover the left by a MAGA person than I am by the left. And you might not like that truth, but since I am the person that is putting myself in physical danger to go to these events, I think I have a right to do an analysis of the situation based on my experience to say I am more in danger of being physically attacked by a MAGA person because those are the people who have tried to attack me the last 3 fucking times. It hasn't been the left. And it's just like, this is reality. You cannot expect me to deny reality because it hurts MAGA's fucking feelings. and MAGA is crying all over my comments right now on Instagram and Facebook. They're crying. They're saying I'm a secret leftist. I was always a liberal. I have Trump derangement syndrome. And it's like, you know what? You know what? Facts don't care about your fucking feelings. And if I'm putting myself in physical danger, it is stupid of me to lie about who is actually threatening to assault me and who is not. There is no reason. There is absolutely no reason for me to lie about this. No, and forget the fact that we have fucking video of it happening. Forget the fact that I'm not the only one who has seen this type of behavior from so-called MAGA patriots at these events. We saw this shit happen in Portland. And for MAGA to have a complete fucking meltdown when presented with facts about their own fucking side. I am so sick. I am so fucking sick of MAGA feelings dictating what we're allowed to speak about and what we are not allowed to fucking speak about. It is not the left that is trying to silence me. It is not the left that is whining all over my fucking comments. It is not the left that is spreading lies about me because they don't like what I'm saying. It is not the left that's trying to destroy what I am doing and what I have been building for years by spreading lies about me all over the fucking internet. It is not the left doing it. It is the right. And it has been the right for years. And I am so fucking sick of MAGA whining and crying every time I say this, to the point where MAGA now expects me to lie about the fact that they are the ones threatening to physically assault me at these protests. The left is not. I have no reason to lie about this. I have never put myself in a position at one of these events of using getting physically attacked to get famous on the internet. And I could have, you guys think I can't fucking provoke that shit if I want to? I have gone undercover with these people for days at a time. You think I've had no opportunities to provoke the left into physically attacking me so I could get famous on the fucking internet? I've had every opportunity to do this, and I never have, because I don't want to be physically attacked. So why would I lie about the people who are most likely to physically attack me? That's like, you know what, guys? That's like expecting me to walk through an all-black fucking ghetto in the middle of the night in Philadelphia, or in Chicago, or in Detroit. You are literally asking me to put myself in a situation where there is no fucking doubt that if I walk through a fucking black fucking ghetto in an inner city in the middle of the fucking night, I am going to get physically attacked. There is no doubt about that. No one, and anyone who wants to deny that, literally you are unhinged from fucking reality. So you are basically asking me to put myself in a position where I am in danger of getting physically assaulted to save your fucking fragile feelings because you don't want to admit that you have retards among you who are going to these events and causing fucking problems. The left polices their own. They really do. If someone is getting out of line at one of these events, chances are it's going to be other leftists who rein them in because they are very aware that they might be on camera doing something. The right doesn't do this. In fact, the right denies that this is even happening on their own side, even when there is video evidence. And it's to the point now where MAGA is, so I will never go to a MAGA event again. I would be more afraid, given the amount of MAGA-tards who have talk shit about me online, spread lies about me online, whine constantly in my we are not talking about an insignificant amount of people. We are talking about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Like, have you guys seen my fucking Facebook page? I would actually be more afraid to go to a MAGA event as myself, knowing how these people have treated me and how these people have engaged with me for years. I would be more afraid to go to one of their events than I would to go to a leftist event as myself. That's reality. If I go to CPAC, I'm getting attacked by someone. I firmly believe this. I really, really do. If I go to any sort of leftist event where there are lower IQ people there, I'm probably getting attacked by someone. And I'm not going to go and find out if that's true. I'm just making an assumption based on the behaviors that I've seen over the last several years. Spartan on Rumble says MAGA supports bombing children. The left is not. So true. So true. So true. So that was my experience today at the anti-ICE protest in Portland. That was my experience. It was the usual suspects of leftist groups who were organizing it. They did their speeches. They chanted their chants. They had their march. They chanted their chants again. They went home. I think the left had a really successful day. The entire city was on their side. People were coming out and cheering for them. They had a great turnout at the event. And by the way, someone fucking left a comment. I don't know. Can I pull them up yet? Instagram wasn't letting me pull up comments on my browser a moment ago, but let me see if it's working now. So I posted this video on my Instagram. And again, it's Dr. Karlyn B on Instagram. I posted this video where you can see I have wet hair in the video. Let me see if it's loading the comments. Oh, it's not loading the comments. Fuck. Instagram's being weird and it's not loading the comments on the web browser. But you guys can see. I have wet hair in that video, right? Oh, you guys can't see anything. What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? You guys can't even see that. So you guys can see this video right here. I'm going to tell you what one of the comments said. Like, I'll tell you what many of the comments say. But like, I can't load it, but you guys can find it on my IG page if you don't believe me. So you can see my hair is wet in that video. You can also see my hair is wet in this video. You can also see my hair is wet in this video. And mysteriously, my hair was dry earlier in the day. Now, we're going to see how smart my chat is, okay? We're going to see how smart you guys are. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for a pop quiz? Why would I have posted several videos today in which in half of the videos, my hair was dry, and then in the other half of the videos, my hair appears to be wet? Does anyone want to take a wild guess what happened during the protest today in which half of my videos would be with dry hair and half of my videos would be with wet hair? Because it rained. Because it rained. Because it rained. Started raining. Rained. Yep. It rained. It rained. It was raining. I fucking wish. I fucking wish there were water cannons. I fucking wish. So it was raining for like half the protest. So I basically was like a drowned fucking rat at the end. And it was fine. Whatever. Who hasn't run around in the rain? Let me tell you, this is a video where I'm basically relaying a shorter version of everything that I just said. Do you guys want to hear the comments that are currently on this video on Instagram? And again, I wish I could show them on the screen, but it's not loading the comments in my browser for some reason. My favorite comment on that video from the MAGA-tards who are now pissed off that I'm telling them what happened and my experience at the event. My favorite comment: her hair is wet. Took shower first, fraud. I'm telling you, when the right is attacked, the left is the perpetrator. Yo, W's Lomez becoming a channel member. Welcome to the call, bro. Or Lego Mez. What the fuck am I saying? Lego Mez. Welcome to the cult, bro. We appreciate you. We salute you. W's to you in the chat. So this fucking MAGA retard thinks that the proof of me being a secret leftist operative is that between going to the event and walking around in the rain for 2 hours, I must have first stopped to take a shower before getting in my car to drive home. And the fact that I took a shower before making the debrief video to go home is proof that I am a secret leftist infiltrator and a fraud. Yeah, Rain Tifa. Rain fucking Tifa. You know why I had so many typos on Twitter? Because my phone had fucking raindrops all fucking over it. So that's an interesting theory that after walking around in the rain for 2 fucking hours just to get footage so people could see what was going on in the protest, I stopped to take a fucking shower before I got in my car to drive home. I don't know where the fuck I took a shower at because I didn't have a hotel room or anything. I drove up this morning and I drove back today. But that is the theory. Let me read you some of the other comments on this post. The right is always correct. Why aren't you posting the video? I did post the video. They just didn't bother to go look at my feed and fucking find it. No video footage. Well, I did post the video. They didn't bother to go to my feed and fucking find it. I'm sorry you went through that. I call bullshit. In other words, 100 people gathered with similar psychological pathologies or main character pathology, then went home to play out their fantasy with social media content creation. So this person is calling me a leftist. I don't buy this. You're a lying propagandist. This is a good one. It's not even English. You are apparently shit disturbing. Stay home. And then that person blocked me, so I have no idea who it was. Bullshit. You're safer only because you're a lib. Yeah, bro, I don't know who the fuck you are, but if you keep whining over on Twitter, I'm going to come and ban you there too, because I don't give a fuck. We are not a free speech. Magatards. Let me make something very fucking clear to you retards. This is not a free speech zone. You are not in a free speech zone right now, magatards. This is my fascist fucking dictatorship. I am the queen fascist of this channel. If I want to silence you, I fucking will. If you are acting retarded, we are going to prevent you from speaking so that you don't infect the chat with your fucking retardation. You do not have free speech. Not here. If you break my rules, if you whine, if you annoy me for any fucking reason, I will silence you, and I don't give a fuck. Yo, Accent, gifted channel memberships, W's, good sir. Thank you. Yeah, we're fucking fascists, you feckless fucking pussy cower magatards. We are the fascists that the left thinks Trump is. Magatards are classical liberals on a good fucking day. BS propaganda. Never come back, incel. I didn't realize that someone that was that's married for 15 years could be an incel, but okay. You're full of it. You drank the Kool-Aid. Where's the proof? Another person who didn't go look at my feed. Is it possible the reason you felt unsafe with MAGA supporters is because we've actually decided to fight back? MAGAtards, you had one unhinged lunatic show up at this event and act belligerently. You are not fighting back if the best thing that you are sending is one unhinged lunatic to act belligerently at the event. That's not fighting back, magatards. Yo, Dark Knight, thank you, good sir. W's to you, my friend. Really appreciate it. Look at that. 30 memberships. I haven't even asked for memberships. That's rad. Get a pro-ICE sign at these protests and report back how you got treated. No, I don't think I will, magatards. No, I don't think I will. You want to know why? Because I'm not fucking stupid. She is the far left. Know that. So hot. Annoying. I don't know what the fuck that means. He called me far left and he called me hot. I was like, all right, well, whatever. And the comments that I just read you on that one video, I have probably well over 1,000 of those comments on both Facebook and Instagram right now. So I truly don't know what MAGA wants me to do with this. I truly don't understand why MAGA thinks I would ever be on their side. They think I'm a secret leftist. They lie about me all the fucking time. They don't want to look at evidence. They don't want to hinge into reality. They don't know how to engage intellectually. All they do is lie and complain and lie and complain and lie and complain and lie and complain and go to events and act belligerently and cause more problems and attack people who don't tell them what they want to hear. Like, they cannot be helped. It's like, I give up. I fucking quit. I give up. Because apparently I'm going to get physically assaulted by magatards at these things now. And that's another, like, factor I have to analyze when I'm doing this shit. And quite frankly, I'm sending volunteers in my community undercover at far left events. And I think the volunteers in my community are also more physically in danger from magatards than they are from the left. And that's fucking stupid. That's stupid. And it's unnecessary. And I'm not going to cover for these fucking MAGA idiots. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it at all. Because why the fuck should I? Why should I? They're constantly making my life more difficult. They're constantly trying to destroy everything I've spent years building. Why should I cover for these retards? Listen, average person has been undercover with the far left in a city that I'm not going to say for years. He has been constantly undercover with extremely far left revolutionary groups for years. When he goes to events, he's more afraid of MAGA supporters than he is of the left. If you don't want to accept the truth, I don't know what to tell you. Facts don't care about your fucking feelings. And when I have to deal with more problems from you than I do from the left, I've given my life to do this work. I've given my sanity to do this work. There is one side that is doing more to destroy my work than the other, and that's the right. So, I'm just going to keep doing my thing because fortunately, I think there are enough smart people that my work will be supported because I know I'm not the only person that has had this experience. And I know that other people see what's going on. And the thing of it is we've got a couple more years. I'm not a libertarian, you fucking retard. I'm a fascist. Did you not hear me when I said I'm the queen fascist bitch of my channel? God, now I have to go over to Twitter and fucking ban his ass. God damn it. Hang on. Hang on. We need to do a deportation on Twitter because the magatard will not shut the fuck up. Bing, boom. Block. Goodbye, Christopher. Goodbye, Christopher. Christopher has been deported from the channel. Twice now. Deported on YouTube and deported on Twitter. So we're going to watch some event coverage from today. I know I've been rambling for a while, but we're going to watch some event coverage today because I want to see what happened from the Mercado perspective. Because listen, although maybe we'll even see me in the footage, I was wearing a Gucci sweater. I was not incognito. I was wearing a fucking Gucci sweater. I was wearing my Gucci bag, and I was double Gucci today. I was wearing a Gucci bag and a Gucci sweater. So I was not incognito at all in any way. So we might actually see me on the video. I don't know. But like, I actually didn't see Mercado all that much, so I'm not sure we will see me in the video. I passed by him a couple times, but I didn't actually see him all that much. So I want to watch this. Oh, is he still in the fucking YouTube? Oh man. I'll get him. Oh, there he is. Uh-oh. He's still in the YouTube. Oh, we got to deport him here. Bye, bro. So we're going to watch what happened from the Mercado perspective, and we're going to listen to the interviews, and you guys can see for yourself. And the event is going to go exactly like I say it's going to go. It's going to be exactly what I said. So let's do that, okay? Let's watch the Mercado footage, and if you guys have questions, I'm happy to answer them. And if you guys have thoughts, put them in the chat. And if you guys want to donate to support my work, channel memberships are a great way to do it. Super chats are a great way to do it. I am 100% independently funded by people who actually understand why it's important to study the left in the way that we do. Okay? Oh God, I got someone on Rumble I need to ban too. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's going to be one of those days, isn't it? Going to be one of those days. Let's watch what happened.
Hello, everybody.
Hang on. Set the sound up wrong. I'm a professional streamer on the internet. 1 second. Boom. There we go.
Welcome back to Portland, Maine. I'm Andy Mercado from Status Quo News. We're out here reporting live.
Oh, Mercado is now Status Quo News official.
On the scene of the National Day of Protest.
Congratulations, Mercado Media, on your promotion, on your auspicious promotion to Status Quo correspondent.
The community here in Maine, in Portland, Maine.
I'm kind of proud of him. Actually, you know what? I know this is a little weird because I don't like Mercado Media and he doesn't like me, and we're obviously not on the same sides. I'm proud of Mercado Media. Let's go. He got promoted to Status Quo News correspondent. Can we all give a round of applause for Mercado Media climbing the leftist independent journalism on the ground? Let's celebrate a promotion. Yeah, W Mercado. Rare Mercado W.
Biddeford, Scarborough, and others have came here to stand in solidarity and demand accountability for the ICE killing of Johann Sebastian Guerrero, who is a 25-year-old Colombian national who was killed on Monday by David Brulette, a 37-year-old resident here in Maine,
did the
and
work
killed
and
Johann Sebastian Guerrero in cold blood. We have been covering this story all week here on the ground in Maine. There's going to be an organized protest with speakers. We're going to talk to people on the ground here, guys. There's likely going to be a march, so we're going to be marching. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the stream, subscribe to the YouTube channel and everything on social media to support. Make sure you go to statusquo.com/join for as low as $5 a month to support us on the ground and keep independent media going. I believe are we going to try to do an interview, John, before the speakers? Okay, so we're going to try to do an interview. Let's talk to Kyle, who is actually a resident here. Kyle, good to meet you.
I was sitting next to that guy on the bench.
Talk about it.
It's been pretty surreal, to be honest with you. This week has been just incredibly long. I was out here Monday for the vigil and then Tuesday just marching in the streets with everybody, and it's still a lot to process, even ever since Catch of the Day.
Did you ever feel like that stopped?
I mean, they definitely changed their tactics and how they were going about things. But I feel like in the last few months, there's not even
Gladiator Girl in with 10 gifted channel memberships. W's, my dear. Thank you so much for the gifted channel memberships. Appreciate you very, very, very much.
Just here, but across the country, they've really stepped things up. Obviously, in Texas, now here in Biddeford, it's just unbelievable.
What do you want people to know most about the community out here in Maine, right? You know, me and John have been covering these ICE tragedies around the country, but what do you want people to know about Maine?
Mainers stick with each other. We were out here, I couldn't believe how many people were out here Tuesday, during the week. I'm sure more people are going to be showing up here shortly. But just
they
the sense
had
of
a
community
ban.
has been like unlike anywhere else I've lived. So
Seriously, and like the amount of people showing up out here using their voice, it's something we've seen all week, from the vigil to the mechanics park
guys are
down
gonna
just
know
right
what
down the
he's doing.
road.
I was wearing
yesterday.
a very
You were.
yeah, I stopped. I hadn't been to Biddeford since it happened,
identifiable
and I wanted to
jacket.
leave some flowers at the memorial, and that's still sitting very heavy with me too.
One of the first things the MAGA retard said to me, because again, I was wearing a Gucci sweater. I had the logo all over it. It's so fucking gratuitous, but it was very warm and it was cold out, and so it was what it was. But one of the first things the MAGA retard said to me, she's like, "You're wearing fake Gucci." I'm like, just because you can't afford this shit doesn't mean I can't afford it. Fuck you, lady.
Like, it's just being there in person and being able to see like his
Gucci
blood still
sweater
on the
and
sidewalk.
Gucci bag.
It's unlike, just unreal.
Yeah, and people don't realize that until we show it or you talk about it, that his blood is on the road. They left him out there
Insulted
for
my
5
sweater.
hours.
That's all she
It's
can come up
so
with.
inhumane. Like, I don't know how you can do that to anyone, let alone like someone with a social security number, and just I don't understand it.
Right, and then when we hear about the ICE agent who killed him, David Broylette, just an absolute nutcase.
Just an absolute loser. Just
Yeah, there's more reporting that actually Jolly Good Ginger,
I did.
Jolly
I
Good
mobbed
Ginger.
yeah, I actually
name.
saw him here on Tuesday.
Yeah, he just did an
Who the
interview
fuck
with.
is Karlyn?
Yeah, he's over there. He just did an. Yeah, you'll see him again.
Good
Hey, there he
question.
is. So he just did an interview with his ex-wife, and we found out even more information.
Oh, wow.
He's like, he's threatened her in the past. He's been abusive.
I haven't seen that yet. I saw the alternative press stuff that came out like yesterday. But no, I'll have to watch that. That's
shooter
wow.
is a good guy.
He just did it this morning. That's why he wasn't at the morning protest. Otherwise, he would have been there with us this morning.
Yeah.
But he was
Soros
actually doing that.
Gucci,
So,
yeah.
but tell us about that. Like,
Yeah, you wanna call my
we
shit fake?
continue to give
Do.
these ICE agents that have no training.
And I say that, by the way, and I fully admit that I totally do buy high-end knockoffs, and I actually don't give a fuck. But in this particular circumstance, these were not knockoffs. These were actually real. Like, my Gucci bag was real. My Gucci sweater was real. So, like, I don't actually, like high-end knockoffs are actually fucking awesome. You can get, like, really nice things for, like, almost no money from China. China is a massive W so far as I'm concerned. I don't give a flying fuck if China is funding Antifa or election interference. I actually don't fucking care. China is a W. I get really good high-end knockoffs from them. I'm not ashamed of it at all. But I was not wearing those high-end knockoffs today. I was wearing actually real shit. I have a mix of both in my closet. It's like 50% real, 50% fake, and I don't give a fuck. I love it.
and are also very abusive, right? Like, they're just the worst people, right?
No, I mean, that type of job is always going to attract just these real sickos that just want to protect power in some way, whether it's through violence or.
Yeah, next time I
mean,
gotta
it
wear
just
fluorescent
weak,
orange.
weak
okay,
masculine
we'll
men
work
is
on
what
that
it
very
is.
Seriously. And then, ironically, when they're posting high T like,
It's like you got Pete Hegseth just being the most low T dude out there. It's crazy. It's crazy.
and then these people are in charge of us, and then they want to fund so much money to these militarized.
And that's the one thing with, like, if you talk to most people here
Crazy
today, you're going to
Laura?
find out that, like, most Mainers don't
So,
like Susan Collins.
So the woman, the woman was like a shorter, older woman, like a frail frame with brown hair. Is that who Crazy Laura is? I heard she was at the event on Monday and tried to punch someone. So
At all. And she's a big proponent of a lot of this, between just like allowing ICE to be funded in the way that it has been. It's crazy. They're better funded than most militaries on the planet. Like, how does that make any sense? And just between her and doing that and just like lining her own pockets with her husband, like, we need to get all those politicians out there doing that, man. And the insider trading just got to stop.
Right, like there's so many problems in the entire political
True.
establishment, and I've actually seen that here in Maine. There might not even be people that might be left wing, that are speaking to us that are like, "Yo, that was wrong."
no,
Like, we can't have.
not really. But the Trump administration is trying to make people think that Antifa is funded by China, Iran, and Cuba, which is all bullshit. It's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. No, it's not real. But the Trump administration is lying about it. But it's not fucking real. No, Antifa is not funded by fucking China or Iran or Cuba. They're funded by mutual aid. It is so stupid that they think they can convince people they're funded by I cannot even.
Have that?
Yeah, no, it's. I've talked to some family members that like normally are maybe a little more on the right side of things. And they're even like, yeah, no, it's just wrong. Like, you just don't shoot people in the face.
No, and then try to cover it up afterwards.
Just call it like a public safety thing. Like, you're discharging a firearm in a densely populated neighborhood like 6 times. Like, come on.
Exactly, and there's like the small business that's right there, and then there's kids on their bikes.
Like, police officers, like, they train them. You don't shoot at a moving vehicle. you don't even discharge your weapon more than 3 times. Like, it's just, it's
That was
ridiculous.
the one
It's
crazy
sick.
Laura.
And then all that
Well,
money
we
going
got
to
an
them. We don't have money for
identification.
housing,
Yep.
healthcare, you know.
No, like, I just had to work on a Saturday to just get like enough.
Yeah, is Zach X? I think I saw him too. Is he blonde? Is he a little bit tall? I think he was blonde. I only saw there was another person. There were 2 magatards there, but one of them left before I got over there.
To continue on with the month. Like, it's, you know,
It's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. And we talk about that often. How many Americans have to work multiple jobs or work the weekend? Like, we don't even have a weekend really anymore.
no, we're back to working like 80 hours a week. Like, it's like nothing happened over the last 100 years. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Have you heard any updates from the city government? It's now
Maybe that's
Saturday.
what I saw
From
then.
any
Maybe that's
answers
what
about
I'd
what
have to
happened on
skip
Monday?
through them, I guess.
And as far as like what's going to happen with this guy that did kill Mr. Guerrero, like,
Maybe I saw his bald head and I thought it was like light blonde hair or something. I'd have to see a picture of him then, I guess.
I hope he sees his day in court. Like,
Because I just saw him.
there
at the
needs to
corner
be an
of my eye.
investigation. There needs to be more looked into this. It seems like as far as the actual event itself, it's just kind of been brushed aside now. And I hope that in the coming weeks that we do see more like an investigation. I mean, he should be in jail right now. He should be sitting behind bars.
And unfortunately, it's a culture we're seeing with the federal government because, like in Minnesota, where I'm from, we don't have answers for Renee Good or Alex Pretty either.
And the fact that you guys handled that as well as you did and didn't like completely, break shit down is very impressive. So, because seeing Alex Pretty murdered in that way, like,
turns out
definitely radicalized me more than I ever have been in my 30 years of life. So.
To see the government, I mean, again, we're supposed to have a Second Amendment, and he was exercising his right, concealed firearm, and then they disarm him and then gun him down in the road.
No, it's disgusting. Like, I'm totally for the Second Amendment, and to see that, like, what's the point? I know it's not for shooting deer. Like, it's, disgusting.
What are you hoping the takeaway is from this protest here? It's a national day of protest. There's many other cities out protesting right now, solidarity with Maine. And other ICE killings that are taking place around the country, actually. What do you want the takeaway to be from this protest?
I want to see ICE gone. Like, we can put that money towards so many better things. Like, they don't need to be around. Like, I'm older than that organization itself. We can figure something out. We can come up with a better, more comprehensible way to, like, do immigration for one, because that in itself is a joke. Like, how do you expect someone to want to do it the right way if it takes half a lifetime? And
then when they are doing it the right way, you murder them anyways.
Yeah, you still shoot them in the face anyways. It's like, there is definitely a group of people in this country, even in this state, that like are cheering on what happened. Even when I was in Biddeford yesterday, there was some asshole driving by in his Tesla, blaring, another one bites the dust, like honking his horn, yelling at us. Like, people are trying to mourn, and you're just being a disgusting piece of shit. Also, secondly, if they're going to play...
Okay, listen. Can we not antagonize the left by celebrating the deaths of people? Can we just not? I don't think they're exaggerating. I don't think they're exaggerating at all. Like, guys, we are going to radicalize more people to the left by doing that shit. We are going to make more far leftists. We are going to make more committed far left activists by doing that shit. It is one of the easiest ways to just completely make someone go, okay, you know what? Go fuck yourself. And then go over to them and be like, this guy right here, this guy is not a hardened socialist. This guy is a guy that's like a working class guy that is concerned about these things. And now he's seeing magatards behave like unhinged fucking retards. And he's going, I don't want anything to do with that. And these people aren't helping me anyway. Trump hasn't made things more affordable anyway. Fuck you, assholes. Why are people getting shot in the face when they're US citizens or whatever the fuck? It's like, these are actually not that's not an unreasonable question, by the way. That's not an unreasonable question. I'm not saying you have to be nice to these people. I'm not saying you have to be best friends with those people. But can we not engage in behaviors that actively sends more people into the open, welcoming arms of the far fucking left? Can we stop bleeding people for like a second, please?
a song like that, they should pick one that's not from like a Lebanese immigrant who was bisexual. Like, I feel like that's not a very good representation of what they believe in. So
it's kind of similar to Trump playing the YMCA to close it. Like, it's all aesthetics with them.
Cognitive dissonance is just their whole thing. Like, it's unreal.
Well, Kyle, thank you so much for your time. I believe the protest is going to get started here.
And thank you for coming out here and doing this. Like, it's really great to see you guys out.
Absolutely, buddy. Have a good one.
You too.
Again, guys, Status Quo News reporting here. We are in Portland, Maine, here in Monument Square.
Yes.
I know there's hundreds.
Even if they do it, guys, the left doing something does not make it okay. Kindergarteners, I would like you to grab your mat and form a circle around me. Can everyone that we are now having kindergarten, okay? We are now having kindergarten. Susie, just because Jackie punched you in the arm just then because she wanted to sit in that spot and you took it, just because Jackie punched you in the arm doesn't mean that you're allowed to punch her back. We're going back to kindergarten now. Just because someone stole the cookie off of your plate does not mean it's acceptable for you to steal someone else's cookie. Being a retard is not acceptable just because someone else has behaved in a retarded manner. In fact, you just look like an asshole that can't control themselves and have all your dictator behavior dictated by other people.
The people out here now, as we started the stream, more and more people have gathered, and there's going to be speeches. You guys can see that there's you got the Ideal Maine Band, Social Aid Sanctuary, and right now they're getting it started, and then I believe there will be some speakers, and then if it's anything like it was earlier in the week and other protests we've had in Portland, Maine, they will take off into a march.
I was literally having this conversation with someone on my drive home. So I was talking to my friend that I met with on Monday, essentially. I was talking with my friend on the way home because he goes to a lot of this stuff too, and so we share stories and we talk about stuff like whatever. And he and I were actually having this conversation. He was like, Karlyn, is there a way to train conservatives to teach them how to organize? Like, we have to do that, right? Like, that's part of what needs to be done, right? Like, conservatives need to learn how to fucking organize. And I was like, yeah, that would actually be really helpful if conservatives got basic 101 level of like, don't act like a retard. Here's how you de-escalate. Here is how we make phone calls to get people to our fucking event. Like basic 101 level, like organizational stuff that the left does that the right doesn't do. I also doubt that conservatives are going to be receptive to that because they think that if they're organizing, that they're leftist and leftists organize and therefore conservatives can't organize. See. I don't know why we need to organize just because we're getting our ass kicked by people who are organizing all the time. Why do we need to do that? Like, it's hard to organize. We have to leave our living room and we have to get off the fucking internet, and it's too hard. I don't want to do it. It's boring. Why are we gonna organize? Hans is out. Yeah, we just need to pray to Jesus to solve it. I actually, bro, golf. Unironically, I had someone say this to me on Twitter yesterday. Unironically, I had a retard in my replies on Twitter yesterday who was telling me the obvious answer was to pray to Jesus because he's going to save us. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. I bought cupcakes and I realized that I'm not going to be fucking dragging it all around.
Where am I? Finding me in the crowd.
Thank you so much.
I was here at this point. So
Maynard just came up to us and thanked us for our reporting and gave us some whoopies. wicked whoopies, some candies.
Well, I was sitting over on the bench at this point. I know where I am. You guys can see how violent this is, right? Super, uber violent. Yes, I am in the crowd somewhere. Yes. I think I'm sitting on the bench in the background at this point. We'll see who's the first to spot me. Will I spot myself or okay? We're gonna play a game called Spotting Karlyn in the Crowd. I was wearing a black sweater with a white Gucci like logos on it, like monogram. So it's basically a black sweater with like white print all over it. So the first one that spots me wins, including me in this game. Yes, I got accosted by a black person. Never going back. Yeah, no one tell Amalek about this, by the way. Dan the man. Dan with 5 gifted channel memberships. Thank you to you, Dan. W's, good sir. Appreciate your support very, very much. Let me grab this super chat, but I want to update the channel membership goal first, or the progress meter. 45 channel memberships donated today. Can we get to 100? We'll see. We'll see. Thank you, Iron, for the super chat. MAGA has so many cheerleaders, but not enough doers and thinkers. It's embarrassing. Yo, I know, bro. I know. I could not agree more with this super chat. You are 1000% correct. Thank you. Because why is it so many teachers? Because they're indoctrinated in teacher education school. They're indoctrinated in college, and then they have to go through like teacher training, and they're indoctrinated again in teacher training. So that's why. College and teacher colleges. I am not holding a sign. No. I am wearing a Gucci bag. So I not only have the black sweater with the white on it, I'm wearing a Gucci bag that has a sherry line strap. So it's like green and red. And then the bag is like a tan color. If you see me from behind. Yeah, I was over on the bench at this point. I was like back over here. I think I see myself, actually. I think I see myself in the distance.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Robin, and I'm an organizer with the Maine Party for Socialism and Liberation. I promise I do know who I am. Let's have everybody come in together. especially if you're behind me right now. Come around. It's going to be easier to hear.
I think that's a pretty big
Great
crowd at
lineup
an
of
event.
speakers. We want everybody to be able to hear, and that way the people that struggle can come in behind. So what we're here for today is to fight for justice for Johann Sebastian and Lorenzo.
Party for
all of the
Socialism and
victims
Liberation.
of ICE terror. We're here to demand and fight for full rights for all immigrants, and we're fighting for ICE out of Maine and all of our communities. Today, over 70 cities all across the nation are taking to the streets to fight against the Trump administration's war on immigrants. In the past 8 days, 4 people have been murdered by ICE or died in ICE custody. This year alone, over 20 people have lost their lives because of ICE. Shame! And we don't need ICE. There was a
Guys, I gotta
time in
pee. I'll
my
be right back.
lifetime where
Let me
we
know if
didn't
you see me in the
have
crowd.
ICE. What is it for? To terrorize our communities and hunt down people in the streets.
Yes, right.
I don't know about you, but I'm here because I am sick of it. Yeah. Enough is enough. Yes. I'm not going to allow ICE to terrorize my neighbors anymore. And I'm so happy and proud as a lifelong Mainer to see you all out here to demand that as well. So like I said, we have a great lineup of community organizers and leaders in our community to speak today. We're going to start with Faisal, who's a civil human rights advocate and founder of the Carolina Peace Center.
All right, Faisal!
Yeah, you got one. So Zach X is over there across the street yelling at the protest. He's an out-of-state agitator. Came here to target the protest. He's got Methany over there with him.
Portland!
That's the crazy lady. That's the crazy lady. That's the crazy lady. That's the crazy lady. Right there. That's the crazy lady. That's the crazy lady.
Do you believe?
This is the sweater I was wearing.
Yourself?
That's the sweater.
Do you believe that we, all of us,
still wet,
can come together and fight back this tyranny, this violence, this horrible crimes on our streets? Do you believe, Portland? You gotta get so loud today so the people on the Pennsylvania Avenue can hear you clear and loud. Portland, are you ready to fight back? Are you ready?
That was them. That was the crazy people. That was them.
All right, we're going to come back to that believing part soon. As we look around here right now, as we look around and we look at each other, to our left, on our right, in front of us, and behind us, we notice something beautiful happening at this moment in Portland, Maine, all across the state and all across this country. Something is taking birth. This is a new America, if you look around each other. An America of people of all backgrounds, of all immigration status, people of all different colors and faiths and no faiths, standing shoulder to shoulder today. And we are coming together because we want violence and brutality to end in our streets now! We want peace. We want to live in dignity and respect. We want our elected officials from both parties to show courage, to show strength, and to stand up for justice. I demand our elected officials, Democrats and Republicans, independents, everyone in power, to uphold the principles and values that are enshrined in our Constitution. ICE, as an organization, has much power because it has been heavily funded by both Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah, they were railing on both Democrats and Republicans in almost every single speech. I want people to understand this. These are not, the people protesting are not Democrats. They are not liberals for the most part. These are socialists. These are especially the people speaking. These are socialists. These are communists.
It is
Most people there are
socialist
and communists.
Members of both parties.
Both parties.
And
both parties.
And we demand Maine's Attorney General to launch a thorough and transparent and rigorous investigation into ICE agent who killed Johan and bring him to justice and accountability. We are learning that this agent told his ex-wife that he was one of the who pulled the trigger and that he defended what he did. The people of Maine deserve to hear the truth. We demand that Attorney General update his community on regular basis about the progress of this investigation and the steps being taken. We can no longer just assume. We will not wait. We want answers now. I believe in the unity of the nation that belongs to people of all backgrounds and colors, white, black, and brown. We believe in this.
We got a super chat. Let me see what this says. Multi-Drider, thank you. Breaking news, Andrew Tate and his brother have been arrested and are now being extradited to the UK. I actually made a comment about that. I made a comment about that on Twitter. Hang on. I'm going to show you my comment. I'm going to show you my breaking news. Karlyn comments on... Oh, hang on. Shit. I'm getting some feedback on my computer. You guys can't hear that, but I can. Okay. This is my comment. This is my comment on Andrew Tate getting arrested. Because Andrew Tate was wearing quite a faggoty little outfit when he got arrested, like with that tight purple shirt and like skinny, like who the fuck, what man dresses like that? Can we just be honest about this? What man dresses like that? What man actually like, so I think it's very fitting that when Andrew Tate was arrested, he was dressed like an absolute faggot. I'm sorry, I have an F-word pass. That was gay. That wasn't gay in the good way. Come on. I have enough gay men there. I promise you, all the gay men watching in the chat right now agree with me. All the gay men are on my side, and I totally have an F-word pass, and I'm allowed to use the word because I'm right. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad he got arrested. Fuck that asshole, honestly.
He belongs to indigenous communities and
not gay isn't happy.
Alike.
Yeah, not gay isn't happy.
We are here because we had enough. We are here because our brother Johan Sebastian Guerrero, a young father, a working man, was killed on the streets of Biddeford. We say his name.
That was no like either. Good. Yeah, John agrees. Yeah.
Lorenzo Salgado Arua, killed in Houston. We say his name. Lorenzo. Renee Nicole Good, killed in Minneapolis. We say her name. Renee. Alex Jeffrey Petty, killed in Minneapolis. We say his name. Alex. We say their names and we do not forget. We honor their legacy and we honor their humanity by being strong, by being courageous, and by being brave for fighting for justice and for peace. So many others in ICE detentions have been violently killed, murdered because of their existence, because they stood for the truth, because they were trying to portray the best of our humanity. This is not who we are. We are tired and we will not give up. We will not surrender to bigotry and hate. We will not bow down to bullies and to fascist ideology.
Fascist.
We will not be intimidated by the white supremacist ideology, by being chased, intimidated, and attacked in our streets. I believe strongly that we shall overcome this. I believe that we are in the process of something very beautiful to come. I believe that we are honoring today's Johan, our brother who was killed in broad daylight on the streets of Biddeford. And we honor his legacy, and we honor his family, and we honor his daughter's dreams, hopes, and aspirations. Hopes and aspiration by saying, I believe we are a nation that can no longer and will not push into corner by bigots and racists. I believe that we are going through a new birth. I believe we are living through the transformation of a new America. And I believe that we will not be crushed because we have come together. When we are united, we are powerful. We will not be humiliated. We will not bow down to bigotry, hate, racism, and white supremacy. No more anymore. I believe that the future of this country is beautiful and grand because there are more good people in this nation. People who know that what is happening in our country right now, the policy.
I wanted to show this to you guys. Just because it's funny as hell. So Joshua Lissick, first of all, did everyone like the interview I did with Joshua Lissick that premiered at 6 p.m.? We had the interview yesterday about his new book, Haitians of Springfield, and I thought it was fascinating. Did you guys enjoy the Joshua Lissick chat? He's such a good guy. He's such a good guy. He's such a brilliant writer. He might work with people I don't appreciate, that are Republican, cough, cough, whatever. But whatever. I don't really care. I think Joshua Lissick's fucking awesome. And if you haven't seen the interview that we did about Haitians of Springfield, you should watch that because it was really, really, really good. And I really enjoyed having it. I keep wondering what the protesters would do if people started chanting out the name Karlyn. Let's not do that. Let's not. Can we not? Dan, I appreciate you being a member of the channel. Can we not? Can we not start chanting my name at protests? Can we not make me that kind of cultural icon? I'm not ready for that yet. Anyway, so Joshua Lissick today retweeted me and he said, Karlyn puts in the work, which I really appreciated. And then some magatard posted, this is the magatard response. This is the magatard response. First of all, he's got two different pictures of me. This picture was taken on Monday or Tuesday when I was at the ICE protest. This was taken from a video I posted earlier today. Guys, breaking news. Breaking news. When people are at different angles, they look differently. So if I'm just sitting here and I'm looking straight into my webcam that's duct taped to my computer monitor, you're going to have one angle on me. If I'm going like this, you're going to have another angle. If I'm going like this, you're going to have another angle. Some angles look different than other angles. I don't know what breaking news. And also breaking news, apparently my hair looks more red in the sunlight than it does when I'm in a dark place like my office or a parking garage. Breaking fucking news. Okay? And he said, oh, and narcissistic to boot. She couldn't believe that someone didn't notice who she is. They did notice who I was. Because she uses filters online to make herself look younger than the 45 she is. Let me ask you guys this. One in the chat if you think I look 45 years... One in the chat if you think I look 45 years old or older. Two in the chat if you think I look younger than 45 years old. One in the chat if you think I look 45 years old or older. Two in the chat if you think I look younger than 45 years old. Yeah, obviously I'm 29. 29, you assholes. I'm 29, obviously. But I don't think that I need to use filters to look younger than 45. I think I just look younger than 45. I'm very sorry to disappoint people. I don't even look 45 in that picture. I don't even look. Do you see? I'm not wearing makeup in that picture. Do you see a single fucking wrinkle on my face? I don't even look 45 in that picture. Textbook narcissist. Everything about Karlyn is a grifting lie. Just another fake online journalist. She's a closeted Marxist and nothing else. That's the magatard perspective. Just wanted to share that with you guys. Thought you would like that. You're welcome.
Raining doubt on our streets, the fear, the hate, the bigotry is not who we are. And I believe that many of us who have been silent, who have been intimidated, are ready now to speak out. I believe it's time for them to speak out. Break away from the shackles of fear, from the corporate control, from the grip of wealth and power, and to let your
I just supported Stanley. Fuck that asshole. He can go away.
What is ICE doing in our streets where their tactics of intimidation and brutality against civilians, against immigrants and refugees, particularly black and brown immigrants and refugees? Let's call it what it is. It is mimicking what is happening in occupied Palestine, in Gaza, in West Bank.
You want
the
genocide, I was a teenager?
The genocide is still going on as I speak.
Wow, not quite.
The genocide is still going on. The ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian streets is still going on in broad daylight. And the same playbook is mimicking here. Let's not forget, many of our law enforcement officers are trained by the same Israeli occupying forces. This brutality, this violence is something the United States has been exporting abroad. And unfortunately, it's now coming back to us in a boomerang. Back on our streets, staring right in the face, demanding something of us. And as I come to an end, and we have a responsibility as this beautiful fabric of our nation to be strong, to be courageous.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to be wandering around in the background at some point.
And to rise. So I ask you, Portland, rise for the working class, rise for the blue-collar families, rise.
Oh, I think I see myself.
Rise.
Is that me?
People who cannot pay their rent.
No, I don't think that was me. False alarm.
Who have no roof over their heads. Rise.
Never mind.
Who cannot
You think I saw me?
medicine.
We may have seen the same thing. Is that me right there? Is that me right? That could be me right there. You see that glimpse of red hair? Because remember, apparently my hair looks more red in the sunlight than it does. That's me. That's me right there. I'm wandering around in the background. That's fucking me right there. Reagan and I win the game.
For the people who could not protect
Wait, no, that's not
themselves.
me. Is that me? I don't think that's me. I look like a
Cannot
fucking homeless
afford their
person. Then.
medicine. Rise for the people.
No, that's not me. False alarm. That is not me. Confirmed, not me. No, not me. I know we both thought it was me, and then I got to look at her face, and that is not me. That is definitely not me. 100% not me. Okay? The game is still on. Anyone can still win.
Could not protect themselves on the streets because of their color,
There's no prize.
ethnicity, because of the
Bragging
immigration
rights.
status,
Bragging rights
because
is
of
a
who they
prize.
love. Rise for everybody,
Close call.
Portland!
Yeah, we got an L, Reagan. Oh, no.
I believe that each of you, when you go
Over.
home tonight,
We're not leaders of the channel
carry
anymore,
the power,
Reagan.
Carry the courage, carry the best of your humanity. The love, the compassion, the shining light in your heart to believe that
Bro,
you can
I
make a
know,
difference
Chris, you
in
are
our
so
community,
right.
to organize, to support.
This is so, guys, this is our struggle, okay? This is our struggle right here. This is what we have to endure. This is why the cult needs to stick together. It's hard living with people who think the Trump administration is doing so much against communists by wagging their fingers and giving them a sternly worded warning. Our struggle. Our struggle. Summarized succinctly and concisely in a chat.
To help, to speak the truth, to support the organizations that are at the forefront in Portland right now for immigrants. And to hold
Yeah, I think I'm wandering around back there, but it's
Democratic
not
and
me.
Republican or independent elected officials accountable. I want you to believe in yourself. I want you to believe that I am one, but I am powerful. Because there's nothing more powerful than the human spirit. I believe that when we believe in each other, when we believe in our own abilities, in our own capability, when we come together shoulder to shoulder, we shall overcome this. The future is bright. Do not give hope. And hold our brothers and sisters who have been taken from us in our streets close. We never forget them. We keep them close to our hearts. close to our minds, and in their name we continue to fight and we continue to do the good work. So Portland, are you ready to fight back?
Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now!
Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out
No. None of these people believe in any type of deportations. None of these people believe in borders. They don't believe in borders. They want to abolish all borders. So, no deportations, no borders, no country. That's what they believe.
Ice out now! 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 Ice out now!
Ice out now! Ice out now!
Ice out now! Ice out now!
Never gonna happen, Dan. Never gonna happen. Trump sucks. Trump has betrayed all of us. We're fucked.
Ice out now!
Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now!
Ice out now!
Milk my cow.
Thank you, Faisal.
Yeah, the Gucci is recognizable. That's what we're looking for.
We will not give
Again,
up.
I'll show it to you.
We won't stop until I stop.
That's the sweater right there. That's
We
it.
will continue to mobilize. We'll continue to organize until we win justice for victims of ICE terror. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. 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 No hate.
Nicholas J. Fuentes, except that he's not old enough to run for president yet, but he will be in a couple years. And Nicholas J. Fuentes will suck far less than Trump, to a significant degree. Oh yeah, that's actually a better answer. Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey would suck far less than Trump. Thomas Massey would actually rule. Thomas Massey would probably be the greatest president in American history. Thomas fucking Massey. Yeah, Thomas Massey is the choice right now. Nick Fuentes is the choice in 10 years. Yeah, if Bavino runs, Bavino would suck far less, to a significant degree.
Organizing Alliance.
Bavino would suck far less.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia Khalid, and I am a community organizer from Lewiston.
I don't know. I talked to this lady. This lady was nice. I kind of think that, Nick has been managing thousands of groypers for years and years and years. I think he has enough experience managing the groypers. He can go right to president, as far as I'm concerned. I want him as president.
I am very sure, so I hope you guys can see me. This week, our state witnessed something.
By the way, this is one of the ladies that her and her friend came up and asked me if I was okay after the cops threatened me. So they were very nice. And I told them, I was like, I don't agree with you guys about this, but fuck magatards and fuck the cops. And they were like, yes, fuck them. And I was like, okay, at least we can agree on something.
Community. Johann Sebastian Guerrero left for work and never came home. Today, his partner is carrying a burden that no parent should ever have to carry. She has shared that she does not know how to tell their 3-year-old child that her father is gone and will never come home. Imagine and trying to explain why the person she loves the most, the person she expected to come home, will never come again. No family should ever have to endure that kind of grief. Johan's death did not happen in isolation. It exposed the reality that immigrant communities have been living with for months, even after
upside down flag.
We organizers stood alongside families who felt abandoned. We answered the phone calls, we connected with families, we connected with legal
No, she's not the one from Queer Rope. Come on.
Navigate fear. Because we understood
Misa King, gotta be causing
that
problems.
what they were experiencing was not temporary. It was a result of an immigration system that has increasingly become punitive, increasingly militarized, and increasingly disconnected from the humanity of the people it touches. That is the conversation this country has been avoiding for way too long. That is bigger. This is bigger than one officer. This is bigger than one agency. It is bigger than one administration. This is about a system that
It's not on Congress, it's in Monument Square.
has sustained for decades because too many people found it easier to preserve it than to fundamentally change it.
It's not far from Congress, but it's not on Congress.
It is a system that has normalized fear in immigrant communities, normalized family separation, normalized heavily armed enforcement in our communities, and too often treated human beings as problems to be managed instead of neighbors deserving dignity and humanity. When a system repeatedly produces fear, trauma, grief, and irreversible loss, we cannot simply ask how to improve it. We have a moral responsibility and an obligation to ask whether it reflects the values we claim to believe in and whether we have the courage to build something better.
That means communism.
If we are truly wanting to honor Johan's family, his life, then we cannot be satisfied.
See you, Hans.
Alone.
Have a good
We
one.
have waited for far too long, and if this week has taught us something, it is that we cannot continue believing someone else will be the country that we deserve. Throughout history, justice has never arrived because people in power suddenly decided to do something right. It arrived because ordinary people like yourselves, accepted an extraordinary responsibility to one another. That's right. They organized. They challenged systems and institutions. They imagined something better. And they refused to stop until their communities were treated with dignity, fairness, and humanity. That same responsibility belongs to each and every one of us. This is no longer simply a political question. It is a moral obligation. No fear. Immigrants are welcome here. Hey, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate. No fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate. No fear. Immigrants are welcome.
Where am I?
No fear. Immigrants are welcome.
I saw myself. Hang on. Oh, maybe it wasn't me. Wait, no. Hang on. No, No, it wasn't me. False alarm. False alarm number 2. I was wrong. No, I was wrong. It wasn't me. It was just a blur. I got excited. I thought I saw a black and white sweater.
This is something.
No, you didn't. You haven't seen me yet.
This is no longer simply a political question. It is a moral question. It asks every one of us what kind
Get
of
strike
country are we
too.
living to?
I'm gonna get kicked off my own channel.
Behind. What kind of future do you want your children to inherit? What kind of future do you want your grandchildren
Banned from my own channel for striking out.
Do you want them to inherit a country where immigrant families leave for work wondering whether they will make it home? Where fear becomes a normal
Yeah,
part
we're
of
finding
daily life?
fascists. Actually, wouldn't that be funny as shit to make a... Wouldn't it be funny to use AI to basically rip off Where's Waldo, but we make it be finding me in a protest, and how you find me is I'm wearing some sort of luxury bag or luxury, and like no one else is wearing like luxury shit at the protest, so you have to find the person that kind of looks like me that's wearing the luxury bag in the middle of the crowd, and we play we call it Finding a Fascist. Is that one of my greatest ideas of all time? Is that a good idea, or is that one of my greatest ideas of all time? Well, that's what. Well, now we've given more shape to it. Great, Otis. I know it's Where's Waldo, except it's Finding Fascist. Yeah, I should do that.
And where greeting families are accepted as a cost of a
That would be so fucking funny.
You want them to inherit a country where every child, regardless of where they were born, the language they speak, or the faith they practice, knows they belong here and that their life has an equal worth? Yeah! One day.
I know. I feel like we can AI that shit pretty easy. To be honest, you get one and then you can just spin it off into more. We can do a scene in Boston. We can do a scene in Chicago. We can do a scene in Seattle. We can do a scene outside the Portland ice. We can basically. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do every event that I've ever been undercover at. We're gonna make a scene from that event. So like, we're finding the fascist at the Socialism Conference, finding the fascist at the abortion conference, finding the fascist at the New York Anarchist Book Fair, finding the fascist outside of the Portland Ice facility. Like, this is going to be fucking great. And every time I go to a new event, we will do a Finding Fascist cartoon from that event and add it to the overall Finding Fascist collection. This is, I mean, possibly one of my greatest. And the Socialism Conference could have multiple different things. That was like a big ass conference. That was a big ass conference. Yeah, I was wearing a chest binder at that. True story.
I hope we all can answer that question, that we did not look away. We did not become numb.
Yeah, adding to the growing list of shit I need to do. Exactly.
When the cameras leave, these cameras, when they
leave,
we are still here. When the speeches end, we are still here. When the news
conservatives, I know that most of you don't make speeches at things, so you probably don't know how this works. When people are asked to make a speech at an event, they generally write a speech. Most people, when they are asked to speak at an event, they write a speech. Do you think your politicians don't write speeches? Do you think Republicans don't write speeches when they're giving speeches at their events? Does anyone know what Trump uses to make speeches? Does anyone know the name of the contraption in which Trump reads off his speech? Oh, that's called a fucking teleprompter, bro. They use teleprompters. They don't sit there with their phone. They read their fucking speeches off of teleprompters. Trump doesn't even write his own speeches. He has an entire team of people write his shit for them. This lady at least wrote her own fucking speech. Well, you obviously have never given a speech anywhere because are you really this fucking stupid? Bro, you might not meet the IQ requirement to be on this channel. I can't believe she's giving a speech written off her phone while standing at a rally in the street. Like, what do you expect her to read off of? She doesn't have a teleprompter.
Aunt Johan's daughter will still wake up without her father, and immigrant families across the state will be asking whether they are safe. That is our responsibility. That is why our responsibility begins today. It begins by protecting one another, organizing our communities, standing alongside families long after the cameras disappear, and refusing to let fear divide us. Democracy is not something we inherit, it is something we fucking build.
Oh, that's spicy Muslim lady. Oh no, Bobby, go away, goodbye, band. Bye, Bobby, bye.
They built movements because they changed laws.
Too dumb to be here, sorry.
They changed institutions, and they proved that lasting change begins when communities are willing to stand with one another. That is how we honor Johan today. Thank you, Sophia. When Sophia said...
So, true story, I thought this was a boy. I saw this person several times throughout the day. I thought this was a boy.
That our immigrant neighbors are people worthy of dignity and respect, that really resonated with me. Johann Sebastian was our neighbor, and he was worthy of dignity and respect and not being hunted down and assassinated in our streets. And as Sophia also said, history is made, change is made by ordinary people. Look around you. These are your neighbors. We outnumber them. We are the ordinary people, and we are the ones that make change. I want you to chant it with me. We are unstoppable. Another world is possible. 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 We are unstoppable. Another world is possible.
Where'd you see me, Ding Ding Ding? Where am I? I don't think you did. Where?
We are unstoppable. Another world is possible. We are unstoppable. Another world is possible. I want you to remember that. We are unstoppable. Another world is possible. Our next speaker is Sophie, an organizer with the Maine DSA.
DSA was there. I didn't even know they were there. DSA was there. Oh, that one, the queer one.
My name is Sophie, and as Robin said, I'm the former chapter chair of the Maine Democratic Socialists of America. Before I start, I want to call out the Maine Wire and other right-wing groups who have openly admitted to plan to wear Maine DSA merch to protest this week and wear hidden cameras and wires to talk to other protesters.
The magatards trying to go undercover got so fucking called out that they're literally mentioning it in the fucking speech. Epic Maine Wire, Maine Wire fucking called out. Lots of people try to imitate me, guys, and they just fail over and over. I have never gotten called out on a speech at an event I've been undercover at. That's never fucking happened.
It said, I'm the former chapter chair of the Maine Democratic Socialists of America. Before I start, I want to call out
it really is like conservatives have no idea what it means to go incognito and just blend. They have no idea how to do this. When conservatives try to go to these things, they're like, hello, fellow communists. It's like, it's so bad. And it's like, I try to tell you guys, I'm like, you need to learn how to speak the language. You need to learn the left's cultural norms. You need to learn how they talk. You need to learn how they dress. You need to learn how they act. If you're going to go fucking undercover to try to secretly record them, you need to understand how they behave. And if you do not understand how they behave, they are going to know that you don't belong, and they're going to know very fucking quickly. And Casara's like, nah, we know everything. Fuck you. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. You're a leftist. Fuck you, asshole. Like, the Maine wire assholes were still trying to drag me on Twitter today, and I was just like, okay, what the fuck ever, man. They do. They've got a massive fucking ego, and it is undeserved.
And other right-wing groups who have openly admitted to plan to wear Maine DSA merch to protest this week and wear hidden cameras and wires to talk to other protesters. Shame! Let me say that no Maine DSA member has been authorized to interview or recruit members in this crowd today. And on behalf of my chapter, shame on them for attempting to turn these peaceful protests into an opportunity to impersonate organizers and activists who strive to make our community better. Shame!
The Maine wire is disgusting.
They are disgusting.
So
Marcado
I'm an
W.
organizer in Maine, and
I
also
agree,
live
actually.
in Biddeford, just a few blocks away from where my neighbor, Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero, was brutally executed in the street by ICE in front of his 3-year-old daughter and wife.
You idiot.
I did not personally know my neighbor, but I immediately recognized his face. This is because, like all towns in Maine, we are small. We all know each other. We are one person removed from knowing each other.
Is that me behind Jolly Green? It might be. I was wandering around back there.
Operation Catch of the Day. And we knew then that our government did not see us as human beings. Our small towns were attacked. Cars left abandoned in the middle of the street still running after ICE took people. ICE vehicles driving fast in school zones, racing past children. Businesses too afraid to open. Community members organizing food drop-offs.
I was not
to
wearing
people
that,
scared
no.
to leave their homes. A neighbor afraid to go to a hospital during active kidney failure.
I was not wearing a hat, and at this point, my hair would have been down. I did pull my hair up at some point, but it was after it started raining.
Because of fear that they'd be thrown into detention. They parked outside of my home, our neighbors' homes, and anyone's homes who was vocally against what they were doing to intimidate us. They took over 200 people in January alone. And although the full-scale operation ended, they never left. And in the past few weeks in Biddeford, they increased their abductions, with at least 8 people being abducted in one day in Biddeford alone.
Yes.
Shame.
Yes, I have sunglasses on. Yes, I do.
Our deepest fear was always
Probably,
that they would
yes.
murder someone. And that fear came true. When things like this happen elsewhere, it is still devastating. But when they happen in our own backyards, it is beyond hard to grapple with. The illusion that our communities are safe has been shattered long ago.
Well, when did you see me, bro? Like, you didn't say anything, so we can't go back and find it now.
Each time something like this happens,
You
to
don't
our
announce
neighbors,
it, you don't win the
more
game.
and more of us pour into the streets like we are today.
Has to be confirmed.
So while we're gathered here, I'm begging everyone here to get organized. Please educate yourself on how to best support and uplift our immigrant neighbors from organizations like Present Day, Community Organizing Alliance, and the Maine Center for Maine Immigrant Rights Coalition. Join organizations that are fighting back, like the Maine Democratic Socialists of America and PSL. We are much stronger when our voices come together. And I'll end with this. What Trump, Tom Homan, and all these fascist pigs don't understand is that Maine is small, and we are so close-knit, and so we fight for each other. Maine is unique because of this. This is our strength. And because of that strength, our courage is endless. And I know this because we've all shown up before. We got cities across the state to divest from Israel's genocide. We got rent control. And now one of the highest minimum wages in the country here in Portland. We established a strike fund. We established mutual aid networks.
Oh, they've got a mutual aid
Everything
network.
Mainers
Oh,
have set
great.
our minds to,
Great.
we have
Great.
accomplished. And I can see all of you here across Monument Square, ready to fight back, and we will continue to do it loudly together. I know that we will find justice for my neighbor Johan and his family. We will find justice for all of those that have been taken and brutalized by ICE. We will get ICE out of Maine, and we will abolish ICE.
Oh, yeah? Great. Yeah, Laura's
Please
aid network,
donate to the Maine
obviously.
Solidarity Fund and Johan's family's GoFundMe. Thank you. Thank you, Sophie. Like Sophie said, Maine may be small, but we are mighty. And if there's anything I know about this state, is we come together when we need to. Now, let's be clear, these deaths in our community are a direct result of the Trump administration's war on working class immigrant communities. But they are not the fault of the Trump administration alone. The development and expansion of ICE has been a bipartisan effort.
Also the
Every
Democrats.
single congressperson, Democrat or Republican, who voted for increased
Ain't the
ICE funding
Democrats.
has the blood of these working family immigrant men on their hands. ICE may have pulled the trigger, but these political misleaders handed them the guns.
Unlike the Maine Wire, I'm so good at going undercover that even when I tell you guys, okay, here's what I'm wearing and here's what I look like, no one can find me.
ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun. ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun.
They hate Susan Collins.
ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun. ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun. ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun. ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun. ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun. ICE pulled the trigger, but Collins gave the gun. Woo! As Mainers know who's responsible. I'd like to welcome Kylie from the Answer Coalition. Act Now to Stop War and End Racism. Give it up for Kylie.
Answer Coalition. They're associated with the PSL.
Hello, Portland! I'm Kylie, and I'm speaking for the Answer Coalition. Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero's murder was not a mistake or a fluke in the system. This was a product of intentional policy choices made over the course of years. Last June, Congress people from both parties voted to loot $900 billion from Medicaid to fund ICE expansion that ultimately killed Johan in Biddeford and Lorenzo Soldado.
Yeah, no one is free until everyone is free.
Texas, Congress.
Good
Houston,
call.
Texas, Congress, with Susan
Yep,
Collins
Reagan got it too.
made ICE the single best
Yeah, I like that
funded
Mitch
federal
dead
law
side. I was
enforcement
like, oh
agency in history.
shit, called out.
Nearly 12 million people lost their health insurance since these cuts went into effect just 6 months ago. How many people have lost their lives because they couldn't afford to see a doctor, because they couldn't access life-saving medications or pay thousands of dollars for ambulance rides? Republican politicians say they're keeping us safe from our neighbors and friends. Meanwhile, Democratic politicians will make vague allusions to compromise and to the rule of law. The result is the same: a war on our communities, an occupation. There's no debate in Congress when it's time to fund the U.S. military, but the same representatives will act like there's no funding available for our needs.
Oh, they got their PSL sign. That's the Party for Socialism and Liberation sign.
Trump and his billionaire backers want to run the world as one bloody occupation, from here to Latin America to Gaza. The same capitalist system that cuts life-saving services here continues to spread violence, repression, and terror around the world.
capitalism
We have to
mention.
point this out because everything is connected. Since 2023, the U.S. government has spent $21 billion on so-called defense to Israel, including direct military support for that country's genocide against Palestinians. Shame!
Shame!
And we've all felt the cost of Trump's war on Iran, spending $100 billion to annihilate children in their classrooms and destroy civilian infrastructure.
Yeah, good job, bro.
And homes
Good job, buddy.
has not made
Way to go.
Americans more secure. On the contrary, it has cost us an extra $30 billion.
We got a super chat from Nuru. Thank you so much. A video from the Denver Communists wanted to show you Marxists must be anti-racist. I'll take a look at that, bro. Thanks so much for the super chat.
And gas and grocery prices. This is a
Oh, that
redirection
looks like a
of
good one.
our
We'll watch that this
resources
week.
and
Thank you.
taxes we pay away from services our communities need and to campaigns of terror around the world. That is why we say money for jobs and education, not for wars and deportation.
Jobs and education, not for wars and deportation.
This war on immigrants is an extension of a war against all working people. Colombia has been the largest recipient of U.S. military assistance in the Western Hemisphere. The U.S. has spent more than $10 billion since 1980 to violently repress movements of farmers and workers and to keep Colombia controlled by the rich. Johan came here from a country with a 30% poverty rate, from the Bucaramanga region, where tech and agricultural companies are offered 0%.
We're gonna fast forward. I'm no longer interested in listening to this lady. I just don't like her. We're gonna fast forward. Just because I'm getting impatient.
As Kylie said, it's the death and destruction of the war machine abroad that fuels displacement everywhere and forces immigrants to come here. These policies were chosen for us, and I don't know about you, but I will not stand for it anymore.
Solidarity, comrade.
Our tax dollars are being used to terrorize people at home and abroad. That's why we demand full rights for all immigrants and that our tax dollars be used for our own well-being here, for housing, for education at home.
Not for wars and deportations, guys.
And that's why we demand money for jobs and education, not for war and deportation.
See?
Money for jobs and education,
Not for war and deportation.
Money for jobs and education, not for war and deportation. Our next speaker is Jolly. I'd like to welcome Jolly up to the mic.
Oh, I'm so glad. Okay, so I was not behind them when this speech was given, and I really kind of regret it because I was trying to get a video uploaded, so I was sitting on a bench that was like further away. I was trying to get a video done during the speech, and I so regretted not getting it on video. So I'm glad we get to see it now. Let's see what the Jolly Ginger had to say.
First of all, appreciate the organizers for putting this together. This is amazing. I want to thank all the Mainers for showing up. Last night I Googled the population of Maine. It's only 1.4 million people. And when I look at how many people are marching in the streets from Portland to Scarborough to Biddeford, I'm impressed. A lot of you motherfuckers are pissed off. I want to say a couple quick things. I hope that you continue this. I've had the opportunity to travel to a lot of cities where ICE are kidnapping and killing people. And one thing I've learned from every city is that there's a whole hell of a lot more of us than there are of them. And sometimes it feels like maybe we're fighting this fight alone, but we're not. We are a collective people. I grew up in the mountains of North Carolina, in the foothills of Appalachia, where they grow MAGA. And I learned a lot about my country growing up, how we were the greatest country on earth and how we are freedom and we are the pinnacle. When I was 18, I joined the army to go fight for freedom. And then I woke the fuck up one day. Because when I got overseas, I found out that I was welcomed in people's homes with open arms, some of the nicest people I've ever met. And even here in America, when I go into immigrant communities, you will never enter an immigrant community where you are not welcome, where they don't feed you, where they won't love you, where they will not fucking bring you into their homes. And then my country sent me to Iraq and told me the terrorists are over there. And then I woke the fuck up and found out I was the terrorist. And so, after being raised a cishet white Christian male and sent off the war to become a veteran, I'm now an atheist, LGBTQIA+ friendly, anti-war, pro-immigrant. Fuck Donald Trump. Change is possible.
I remember hearing that part of the speech as I was editing my video, and I was like, I was so mad that I didn't get it on video. Let's listen again.
And then my country sent me to Iraq and told me the terrorists are over there. And then I woke the fuck up and found out I was the terrorist. And so, after being raised a cishet white Christian male and sent off to war to become a veteran, I'm now an atheist, LGBTQIA+ friendly, anti-war, pro-immigrant. Fuck Donald Trump. Change is possible. Until Americans that look like me, until Americans that stand on the other side of the street with their same tired fucking rhetoric wake up and realize that when they're done with the black community and the brown community and the immigrant community and the LGBTQI+ community, they're coming for you too. So if you don't have the basic empathy to care about them, at least be selfish enough to care about yourself. So what I say is this. What happened here is absolute tragedy. It goes without saying. Yohan was murdered in the street by masked thugs. State-sponsored terrorism is what ICE is. And I agree with what your message is. Abolish ICE. All I say is we can't stop there. The status quo is how we got here. MAGA is just the Confederate States of America rebranded. And it's high fucking time that white supremacy is put in the fucking concentration camps. And it's high fucking time.
I mean, listen, they want to put us in concentration camps, so I don't see anything wrong with wanting to put them in concentration camps. People think I'm being extreme about this. I'm not. They are literally telling us they want to put us in concentration camps. When they say whiteness, they mean capitalism. They mean anyone that is not a communist. They want to put us in concentration camps. If they want to put us in concentration camps, then why can't we say, okay, communists, okay, we'll give you your communist utopia. We are going to round all you up, and we're gonna cordon off an area for you, and we're gonna build a wall, and you guys are going into the walled off, concentrated camp-like area where all your needs will be taken care of, and you can do communism over there and leave us the fuck alone. I don't want anyone to die in concentration camps. I want them to have swimming pools and movie theaters and all the things. And obviously, we're going to have to provide them with food because they're not going to know how to be farmers. They think they know how to be farmers, but they're not. They're going to end up starving if we leave them to their own devices. So we will provide them with food to help them. It will be an investment that we have to make as taxpayers to get them out of our fucking lives. And they will go and live in the concentrated camp-like area, and we will be left to be fascists, okay? And we'll see who does better. And if they are able to, we'll trade with them. We can trade. We can, barter, or like what if they have stuff that we want and we have stuff that they want? Like, why not extract things from them in exchange for giving them food? Because obviously they're not going to be able to farm. They want to put us in concentration camps. So fuck them.
And it's high fucking time that white supremacy is put in the fucking concentration camps. And it's high fucking time that we as Americans stop turning a blind eye, especially white Americans, stop turning a blind eye to what we know is happening in these white churches, the same churches I grew up in, what we know is happening in these white communities, what we know is happening behind the closed door. Stop being silent. Your silence is violence. Your silence is complicity.
Silence is violence,
Stop
guys.
it now. Fuck ICE. Fuck Donald Trump. I want freedom.
I haven't heard a good silence is violence in like years. I'm really glad that Jolly Ginger is bringing back silence is violence. I've missed that one. That's a good one.
Stop being silent. Your silence is violence. Your silence is complicity. Speak up. Stop it now. Fuck ICE. Fuck Donald Trump. I want freedom.
Thank you, Jolly. Like Jolly said, a whole lot of us are really pissed off. In Maine, we need to stay organized and we need to stay in the streets. We need to keep fighting for Johann Sebastian, for Lorenzo, for all of the victims of ICE terror, and not stop there. We're just getting started.
That's right.
That is the only way we're going to free our communities and bring ICE to its knees. No justice, no peace. No ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace. No ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace. No ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace. No ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace. No ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace. No ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace. No ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace. No ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace. No ICE.
I was as a tiny blurred pixelated stuff. Yeah, probably true.
No ICE in our streets. Justice, no peace. No ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace. No ICE in our streets. I'd like to welcome Kakis from Deaf New America to the mic.
Mercados make me dizzy.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks everybody for coming here and welcome. I really want to.
They believe communism will turn out differently because they believe real communism has never been tried. It really is that simple. It's not hard to understand.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm sorry. The interpreter needed to speak louder. I apologize. My name is Kakis, and my last name is Mendoza. And I wanted to share my story, my personal story, and what happened to me.
One for deport, two for she can stay.
In January of 2026.
One for deporting this lady, two for she can stay.
Hail! There's a deaf man speaking through an interpreter. It might not sound loud to you, but it is important to listen to. Can we all listen, please?
Part of the problem, I want to explain what's happening here. Part of the problem is they didn't have a very good sound system. And so legitimately, listen, I was walking around the protest the entire time. If you were in the back part of the crowd, you couldn't hear anything. And so what was happening was because the people in the back part of the crowd couldn't hear what was being said because the sound system sucked, they would just start doing like random chants and shit. And that's why you're hearing random chants like pop up during the speeches. It's not that they're being rude. It's not that they're not listening. It's that legitimately you couldn't hear shit back there. That was what was going on. to defend them, but like that's just true.
Okay. All right. So I am Kakis Mendoza, and I wanted to share my story that happened to me this most recent January 2026.
Now, more importantly, one in the chat if we should deport this woman to Mexico, and probably the sign language interpreter too. One in the chat if they should be deported. Two in the chat if they can stay. Let me know.
January, to be precise.
I think many of you have already voted, but
that day, it was very early in the morning, and I was sleeping. And,
I feel like we didn't get enough votes. We didn't get enough ones in the chat. So
there was
vote
somebody
again,
walking
please.
around, and there wasn't a lot happening outside. There was some snow that had happened, so I had gotten up, taken a walk around the house, went back to bed, and then at 8 o'clock that morning, thereabouts, I don't know the exact time, about 8 o'clock, somebody came and touched my foot. They tapped me on my foot one time, and I was like, did somebody touch me? You know, I was still half asleep. I thought it might be my roommate, my friend, trying to joke around. So I ignored it. The second time they touched my foot, I ignored it again. The third time they touched my foot, but then on the fourth time, they finally gave some gusto, and I was kind of ticked. I was pissed off. So I got up, I looked at them, and I was terrified because it was an ICE agent in my bedroom, in my home. And that's when I got up. And I was like, oh my gosh, I am deaf. I don't even know what you're saying. I can't communicate with you. I was terrified. And I said, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. They kept calling me. They said, get out here right now. And I saw there was a second, third, fourth, fifth, I don't know, 10 ICE agents. It was a group of them that came after me in my bedroom, in my home. And I told them, can I give you my paperwork? I have my paperwork. I'm a legal immigrant here. It's from the court. I have everything you need. And they did say okay, but I was terrified. So I opened my paperwork and I handed it to them. And they said, no, I think you have a weapon. I said, I don't have a weapon. I don't own a gun. I have nothing. I have no weapons. It's just paperwork I'm going to show you. That's all I'm going to show you. And that's when they started searching my room. They started searching my home. And then when I gave them the paperwork, they said, nope, that's not good enough. And they threw the paperwork, so I couldn't even have access to it. I had the card, the red card. They said, nope, I'm not even going to bother looking at that again. And then they took my passport. They took my passport, my ID, and my work visa. And I'm from Nicaragua, and my ID and my residence I do have an ID still from Nicaragua as well. And so I said, can I at least brush my teeth before I have to go? And they said, yes, I guess. And
in my experience, generally what they do is they tell a nugget of truth and then they cover it in a mound of hyperbolic bullshit. So I am sure that some of the things that she is saying did actually happen. I'm also sure that some of those things that actually did happen have been hyperbolized out of all recognition with additional things that didn't happen on top of it just to make it seem like extra controversial. But I'm positive that some of these things happen, but it's probably there's exaggeration going on. Yeah, it's like that.
Then the other ICE agent grabbed me. Another one grabbed my toothbrush. I was trying to sign to them, but they're hearing. They don't know what I was signing. And then they put me in cuffs and took away even my signing. And they brought me out and they put me in their car. There were 3 cars, by the way, 3 cars lined up outside my home. They arrested me. And I became more terrified than I can even explain. The most terrified I've been in my life. And I saw this big bus. It was like a red bus of some sort. And the door was open. And I didn't know where I was going, of course. And I didn't know if I was alone on the bus. I didn't know. I was terrified, and I had 0 information and 0 access. I couldn't sign. They didn't know sign. They didn't.
I see what's happening now. Okay, I was confused. This person here is okay. Basically, what's going on, I think, is this person up here, this fucking Mexican, is giving the speech with sign language. This person here with the hat in front is repeating the sign language to the lady who is interpreting the sign language from this person. I was trying to figure this out. I was like, how is this person giving the speech when she's not looking at him? But then I realized, like, this person is speaking to this person with a hat down here. She's looking at the person with the hat down here.
English, I had nothing. So I was sitting there waiting, my heart pounding, my hands cuffed, my access denied, and I was waiting for the police. And I asked them, can I text someone? Can I communicate with somebody? So they did give me my phone, and I texted to try and communicate, and I said, please do not kill me. And I showed them the text. And I have a card, I have my card, I have my proof, I tried. I have a child, I have a 5-year-old child. Please don't kill me, I said.
It's a good question, though. It's a fair question. I don't know the answer to that. If you handcuff that person, is that First Amendment violation?
And I said, I was begging them, I begged them. I said, please don't kill me. That's all I could think to say, because that's all I was running through my mind every minute. And I was waiting for 5 hours in what seemed like a Hannaford parking lot. They were going after other people to bring in the same vehicle as me, I believe. And then the bus was full. The bus vehicle was full. And they said we were going to Burlington. And that's where there was an ICE center, an ICE detention center. So they brought me to the
that's
center.
Where Victor was when I first had to pick him up from ICE.
And I told the man, I am deaf. I don't know how else to explain this. I have zero way to communicate. There are no interpreters here, and I need an interpreter. And he said, no, you're lying. You're not even deaf. And I asked them again.
I remember that fateful day where I had to go collect my future husband from ICE after he had been picked up by immigration and put in immigration jail for a couple of weeks, and then I got wind of this, and then I dealt with that situation, and then we got married, and then he became a U.S. citizen 20 years later, and all's well that ends well. Or 15 years later, rather.
Pleaded with them. I need an interpreter to at least know what's going on.
I remember when I went to Victor's immigration hearing, and he wasn't actually there. I had to go to Boston to go to the immigration hearing, and they beamed him in from a TV. So I got to see Victor in jail outfit on the TV as he was having his immigration hearing before I had to go pay $2,000 to bail his ass out of ICE jail. Fond memories. Bring back all those memories of being at the Burlington, Massachusetts ICE facility.
And they said, no, get here yourself.
I wish I had taken a picture of Victor in jail clothes on the TV. I was
beyond terrified for my life.
I wish I had had the foresight. I wish I had had the fucking foresight when I was sitting in court watching my future husband on TV dressed in a jail outfit to just take a quick photo, thinking, Karlyn, you're going to end up marrying this man, and so perhaps you should have a photo of what he looked like in jail just to hold it over his head for the rest of his fucking life. Sadly, I did not have that foresight at that time.
My family, everything. And I was trying desperately to be positive, to try and be positive thoughts. I was saying, please don't let them kill me, God, please. And then there was a wave through the vent, and somebody had passed me a piece of paper, and it said, what do you want? And I said, please give me a pen and paper.
Oh, it started to rain.
And I wrote on that paper, please get me an interpreter, a lawyer, something. I need a judge. I need to go to court. I need something where there's access, something in the legal system. At least they should have access. And they said, no, you have to wait. So I waited and waited. And I believe it was on the Thursday. Then there was Friday, nothing. Saturday, nothing.
Yeah,
still waiting. Sunday, over the weekend, waiting and waiting. And then Sunday, I tried again. I said, please help me get a piece of paper and pen. And they continued to say no.
Rain.
They said no.
Tifa.
And we were trying to
could do an AI to put him in a prison uniform. I could do that. I could. It wouldn't be the same though. It's not the same.
But there was no actual communication going on. And then on Monday, I asked for.
I don't want to hear a sad death story anymore. Fast forward. Let's get to a part where I'm in the video.
point.
Fast forward. Don't care about deaf person's story anymore.
Monument Square in Portland, Maine.
From ICE, terrorizing another neighbor, another parent in our community. Now, in
I was taking
January,
a shower at this
during
point.
so-called Operation Catch of the Day, we all took to the streets to demand that ICE get out of our
Mercado
community.
had one job, and that was to
It
get me
was
on
in the
camera,
single
and he has
digits. It
failed
was
in that
cold.
job.
Today
What the
it's
fuck,
raining.
Mercado?
Our signs are melting, but what we have is our voices. And we've got 2 more speakers, and then we're going to march. We're going to take to the streets, and we're going to make sure our voices are heard.
Common Mercado L didn't get me on camera.
So before we do that, I want everyone to keep up the energy. We have 2 more speakers, and then be ready to go. We're not going to let the rain stop us. First, we're going to hear from Rachel from Activate Maine. Give it up for Rachel.
Activate Maine. All right, Rachel, let's hear it.
All right, fuck ICE.
There we go.
ICE. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. I want you guys to understand that when you decided to come out here today and said, I'll go to Monument Square and I'll protest, you got to do that because you were white.
Oh my God.
You got to do that because you were safe. You are here because people cannot be. You have a responsibility to show up not just for your anger, but for other people's fear.
Oh, she's going. We don't this lady.
You stand strong because we support people who are immigrants, and we love them.
Only some of them, though. Only the white ones, actually.
ICE doesn't just affect, Johan, this death is so horrible. And I have been working with Project Relief, these wonderful influencers who are here, because Johan's roommate
Project
reached
Relief.
out. He was terrified. And he couldn't move. He couldn't go anywhere. He didn't want to leave the house. He has a wife, a toddler, and a baby. And I want to read you, I want you to understand
your
first
phone.
that this
Golf
statement
felted.
was before we
Golf
were able
L.
to get him to safety. I can't open it now. Okay. We have him, thanks to the influencers, raising money. He is now at a hotel safe. He's looking for a place to live right now. And these influencers have raised rent and a deposit for him, but he's terrified to work. So this is his statement before he got out of his apartment. But we have to speak for him because he can't speak.
Okay.
There are people outside my house. I fear for the safety of my family since I'm connected to my friend Johan. I no longer feel safe staying here. I have a wife and children, and my only priority right now is to protect them. We urgently need to leave our apartment as soon as possible and move to a safe place. I'm going to cry. Unfortunately, I don't have the financial resources to move on my own. I'm asking the community for help during this difficult time. Any support for emergency housing and relocation would make an immediate difference and help keep my family safe. The fear ICE has just put into people who were sleeping. Again, shame! 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 Thank you. Here is what you can do. We leave here with energy. Organizers like us have been doing this for 18 fucking months.
Yeah. You don't say. Who's
And I
been
want to
covering
tell
this
you
since the
something. We're
beginning?
tired.
Me.
Every protest you go to are organizers putting that together. Are people who are paying out of their own pocket for permits, things like that. You want to know what you can do? Volunteer. You want to know what you can do? Reach out to organizations who are already doing the work. Take your rage and make it action. Sounds like a commercial, it's not. Activate Maine has a list of 150 Maine organizations. Pick a skill you have. Pick something you enjoy. Call them up and say, hey, what do you need? I'm fucking pissed. If you can't do that, donate. There are plenty of actions on the website to do from home. 5 calls. Make a call a day. Tell Collins to fuck off.
Wow.
What do we say to Collins? What do we say to Collins?
Oh.
That's right. Thank you
Real,
so
though.
much.
Real, I agree. Even though actually.
Thank you, Rachel. We've been organizing. Are we going to stop?
No, their protests are not getting smaller. You must watch conservative media if you think that's the case. That is not. None of this is accurate. You need to hinge into reality. That is not accurate at all. Sorry.
Are we going to stop? We're going to keep going. And are we almost ready to march? We are going to hear from one more speaker who I have the pleasure of organizing with in the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
PSL.
Get up for Lucas and get ready to march. We're going to take to the streets. Thanks, Lucas.
PSL.
What's up, Portland? My name is Lucas Bent, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. We all know why we're here today. We're here to demand justice for Johan Sebastian Duran Guerrero and the over 20 other workers and community members.
Oh, look. Oh, the person who says their protests are getting smaller thinks I accosted people. Uh-huh. Okay. Bye, retard. Deported. Bye.
This year, on Monday, we lost a beloved father, husband, and community member, Johan. He was murdered by racist, killer ICE agents in Biddeford. Since then, masses of people throughout the state have taken to the streets to demand ICE out of Maine! 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 ICE out of Maine!
ICE out of Maine!
You haven't found me yet, no. Some people claim they've seen me, but I haven't seen it.
ICE out of Maine! 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 ICE out of Maine!
The ICE agents that killed Johan said that they shot him because they were quote-unquote afraid for public safety. They shot him on a residential street 2 feet away from his own 3-year-old daughter. These mass killers are here to terrorize our communities. While talking to community members about the murder of Johan, we've spoken to families who are afraid to go outside. We've spoken to workers who have to work double shifts because their co-workers were abducted. We've spoken to parents who drive another family's kids to school because half their neighbors can't go outside. ICE is here to inflict terror on our community and on everyone in it. That's why we demand nothing less than abolish ICE, full legal rights for all immigrants. Since Monday, ICE thugs have
Not
sadly
sure with
continued
necklaces. Good
their
question.
racist
Not
reign
sure.
of terror. Just 4 days ago, a man in Florida
Might
was
just be a
struck and
necklace,
killed
you know?
by a tractor trailer while fleeing from ICE agents who were actively chasing him. Shame! Just last night, an ICE detention center employee shot a woman protesting outside of an ICE detention center in Aurora, Colorado. She's in the hospital right now. Shame! And just hours ago today, a man was found unresponsive in ICE detention in Georgia, murdered by ICE medical neglect. It should be clear to all of us by now that ICE is a terror organization operating on behalf of the fascist state.
America
we
is
need
the
to keep
fascist
fighting.
state.
We need to keep looking out for our neighbors. That's what I'll be talking about today. And looking out at all of you this afternoon, I think that we can do it. Are we ready to keep fighting? Are we ready to keep fighting? We need to get Susan Collins out of office. But we also need to recognize that no politician will save us. ICE brutality has gotten far worse under the Trump administration, but make no mistake, under every administration, it's always been abolish ICE.
They've always wanted to abolish ICE regardless of
They'll try to say that
president.
abolishing ICE is simply too big of a demand. That we can't just abolish a whole government agency. Johan was already 3 years old by the time that ICE was even formed. Reform is not enough. We need change at the system level. So we can't count on politicians to save us. That's why what comes next, what comes after today, is the most crucial point in our struggle so far. ICE would love for this rally here to be the peak of the people's struggle here in Maine right now. For this energy to fizzle out, for us to reluctantly return to the nightmare that is the status quo. We can't afford to let that happen. Our community can't afford it. Are we going to stop fighting? No! Are we going to stop fighting? No! ICE would love to scare us into silence. It's about time that we make them scared. And what makes them scared is that the people united will never be defeated.
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 The people united will never be defeated. Will never be defeated.
Not gonna lie, my phone just stopped working because of the rain. Yep. Next steps, we need to keep fighting. At 4:30 p.m. at the Equality Community Center on Tuesday, just down the block over there, we're having a community organizing meeting to keep this movement going, the movement for legal rights for all immigrants, the movement to abolish ICE, and the movement to end this racist system for good. Thank you. Let's
Don't
march.
worry, communist. I'm not going to go to that. Don't worry. I'm not going. You don't have to worry about it.
Are we gonna let this fizzle out? No! Are we ready to march?
Yeah, let's march.
Are we
Let's do it.
ready to march? Are we ready to take to the streets? Join me and head towards City Hall now, Congress. Let's go, Maine! Woo!
Your friend Zach wants you to have some socks.
What do we want? ICE now! When do we want it? Now! What do we want?
He's just shaking out.
When do we want it? Now!
All right, guys. So again, we're live here in Monument Square here in Portland, Maine, as protests continue. Okay, the protest is about to take off into a march.
This is like a new potential to see me in the crowd because I followed the entire protest. So I tried to get up ahead of them so I could record them. So there's definitely potential that you guys are going to see me in the crowd. At this point, my hair will be pulled back. I might be wearing the hood because it's raining and it's cold.
You guys can continue to support me and John standing here in the march, in the rain, in the elements, in the extreme cold, in the extreme heat.
My back.
I got you.
My back.
Okay.
There's the Antifa flag, one of them.
No justice, no peace. streets.
Go ahead.
No justice, no peace. No ice in our streets. No justice, no peace. No ice in our streets. No justice, no peace. Get ice off our streets. No justice, no peace. Get ice off our streets. No justice.
Yeah, there's definitely a possibility you're going to see me in this shot. 100%. You might see me running up the side.
No justice, no peace.
Yeah, there was a frog. The inflatable frog had a sign that said "Frog Tifa."
No justice, no peace.
There's the other. Remember I told you guys? Remember I told you guys the guy with the big Antifa flag? It looked like he pulled a flagpole up from the ground. This is the guy with the big Antifa flagpole. This is how fucking big this thing was.
No justice, no peace.
No, I was not the frog. No.
No justice, no peace. Get ice off our streets.
Look at how big that thing is.
Get ice off our streets. No justice, no peace. Get ice off our streets. No justice, no peace. Get ice off our streets. No justice, no peace.
Yeah, professional. I was on the sidewalk, the far sidewalk. You might
Got a
see me
fire
running
truck up
over
by there,
to
chat.
no, I'm too far
As you
back.
guys can see, the protest is not trying to stop emergency vehicles from carrying out their duties. It never has been. Again, guys, we're live here in Portland, Maine, as the protest has taken off into a march heading towards City Hall.
Yeah, I feel like you're gonna see
And the
me. I'm
local
somewhere
government.
over on this side over here. I'm somewhere on the right side. At some point, I get over to the left side though, so you might see me coming up the left side. But I think I'm over here right now. I'm somewhere back here.
My chat while we walk? My chat while we walk? Sure.
First of all, introduce yourself.
My name is Dale Knight, and I'm a resident of Portland, Maine, and a resident of the United States.
So you're a resident here?
Yes.
So what are your thoughts of everything going on?
Well, I'm sick and tired of the old adage of old men make decisions and young people die. And I'm sick and tired of seeing people murdered in the street. I'm former law enforcement, and I know what a legal stop is and what you should do. And that is not the way that you proceed.
Plus, it makes the cops and law enforcement that are doing the right thing, that actually are trying to look out for the community. I mean,
I was in the sheriff's department, and I quit a week after I was told to lie and not report an issue that happened at the jail where the sheriff had an inmate taken out and beaten. So I had worked my whole life to stay out of trouble, never been arrested, always followed the law and loved it. But these people, they think that they can just make things
You're
up.
probably going to see me run up on
and
this
I know a
sidewalk
lot
at
of
some point
DHS
because I wanted
agents,
to get in front of
and
them
I
to
thought they
film
were
them.
decent. But I'll tell you something, it needs to be dissolved.
definitely, because like so much funding goes into that, and they're not getting any,
I just
even
don't know
half the
exactly
training
what
you
happened.
did to become a law enforcement. Like they're just being given.
Absolutely.
Talk about that.
And, well, look at the vetting that went on with the latest
Get back
shooting
on the sidewalk.
in Biddeford. I mean, that man never should have ever been allowed to work for any
There I am right
law
there. There I am right
enforcement
there.
agents.
There I am right there. Spotted. I'm right there. I'm right fucking there. I'm right fucking there. I just saw myself. Spotted.
Been allowed to work for any.
There I am. Right here. That's me. Found me. Winner. We all win. We're looking like a drowned fucking rat.
Law enforcement agency, period.
There I am, right? Look how thin I look. Look how fucking thin I look. I was wearing baggy clothes too. That sweater was really baggy on me. Just weight loss.
To work for any law enforcement
That sweater is like 3 sizes too big for me at this point, which is fine.
agency,
but-
period.
We're gonna go that way.
There, I'm right there. Boom.
So
We
you
all
were talking
win.
about, the training and how low training they get and how much money they're getting too for this lack of training, and then they can carry out whatever they want in the streets.
Absolutely. And another thing, in this day and age, you wear body cameras. Now, when they don't wear a body camera, that tells me that they're going to do illegal.
They're right there. Look how I was like the fucking Flash. I ran right. I was running fast too. I was actually like, there were points where I was sprinting down the street to try to get ahead of them. And I was like, Karlyn, you're running rather fast. Perhaps you should start running again. Watch me sprint past them. I was like, boom.
Another thing, in this day and age, you wear body cameras. Now, when they
There
don't wear a body camera, that tells me that they're going to do illegal moves, let's say.
Yeah, because that's a layer of accountability that we expect. Because, I mean, even for law enforcement, right? Because law enforcement, you need that, in case something bad happens to you or whatever, that's evidence.
Absolutely. Proof is proof.
Fun.
And,
the golden
and
bag,
film
the golden
does
bag.
not lie.
Like Flash Gordon.
And,
exactly. That's
we
what I was
need
going for,
to set new laws. We need to make new policies. We need to do different training. This is the United States.
I was
that has
basically a
plenty
blur
of
on the
resources.
screen, John. That's how fast
And yet,
I was.
we've got some of the most antiquated techniques in law enforcement.
It's just absolutely like outdated, and plus all that money that's going to foreign wars, and then that same money is just fueling right back into our the police state that we kind of have.
That's right. And like I said, the old adage of old men make decisions and young people die. And I think we're all sick and tired of that, because my brother was in Vietnam, and that was a ridiculous police action that we should not have been involved in. He came back, but he was pretty much dead.
It's similar to how I hear from War on Terror veterans. Now we're calling ourselves forever war veterans, because we're just getting sent to the Middle East, and it's just like and then now we're, my brothers and sisters are being killed now because of this war in Iran. And it's like, when does it all end,
You take racism. What the hell? This is 2026, and we're racist. That our brothers and sisters, we all bleed red. I'm part Native American. I have European blood. We're all a mix, and I think there's a lot of people that'd be surprised if they had their ancestry done, and maybe they should.
And that's what we've heard, is like this racism and this hatred that we hear from like MAGA types or ICE supporters, and it's indecent. It's not like normal people don't act like that.
Right. Well, I have no tolerance for people like that. I don't try to explain to them any issues, because there's no explaining or getting them to see common sense. It's ingrained in them that they're racist or they just love to hurt people. I don't know what it is, but it's ingrained in them.
Exactly. And then it's like, they're just wired like that, and they're fueled by hate. And when Donald Trump and the administration is justifying these murders and this hatred, it fuels them too.
Right. Absolutely. There's a very wise, I think his
really
name is Rabbi Friedman, I believe. And he mentioned that we haven't learned a thing about being human beings since the Garden of Eden. And he's absolutely correct.
Where do you think we go from here? What do you want to see? What do you hope that this protest here is going to accomplish for the overall picture?
I hope that it wakes people up, that, there's a lot of people sitting home today. This is your future. This is freedom. This is the amendments. You need to get out, and you need to really start doing something, because it's just totally ridiculous. Downtown should be full. Yeah. It should be. You take protests overseas.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mercado. I don't want to listen to the old man rambling anymore. I don't care anymore, Mercado. I don't care anymore.
He's hoping for more people to come out to protest. This is a larger protest that we've seen out here. But he's saying, especially in Minneapolis, during Operation Metro Surge, and back in 2020 during the Black Lives Matter movement, we saw protests that took up entire cities.
And, you know, this situation that we're in with Trump hasn't gotten better. It certainly has not gotten better to where we can just sit down and do nothing. So if you haven't protested now in a while and you used to, like, get off the couch, you know, get out into the streets. I don't know what else to tell you. You know, this is a serious problem. And without, you know, multiple people's voices being heard and you guys taking to the streets, or, you know, we're doing independent journalism. Appreciate you guys for supporting that. But, you know, without the numbers of people that will come out, you know, who's going to do it? Okay, who's really going to do it? Guys, we are live here in Portland, Maine. You guys can see the protest in the camera feed. You got hundreds and hundreds of people here in the rain. It is cold. It's been a hot week here in Maine. You know, after the killing of Johann Sebastian Guerrero, 25-year-old Colombian national.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
David Broylette, 37-year-old Maine resident, killed in cold blood on Monday. So this is Saturday. Protests continue throughout the whole week, no matter rain or shine. And again, this protest is on its way towards the City Hall and the government buildings inside of Portland, Maine.
So at this point, I'm probably going to be over on the left-hand side if you're looking for me in the crowd. Yeah, on Rumble, I don't know what you're seeing. If you're seeing a lot of older boomers there were not a lot of older boomers there. This entire front row of people, these are not older boomers. What in the fuck are you looking at that you think these are older boomers? These are not older boomers in this crowd. There's literally probably almost no one on this video right now. There's certainly not anyone in the whole first part of this protest that is an older fucking boomer. Stop making shit up. Yo, Pantera, it was 5 gifted channel memberships. W's to you, my friend. Thank you so much for getting us over the 50 mark. Appreciate it. So you saw one person on an interview. You saw one. So on Rumble, the Rumble lady is saying, the last guy interviewed was an older boomer. Okay, Magatard on Rumble. You saw one older person there. And now your conclusion based on seeing one person is every one of these people is an older boomer. Except you're literally watching a video right now where you can look at the people there and use fucking whatever 2 brain cells you have to rub together to look at the video happening right fucking in front of you and go, are these older boomers or are these not older boomers? Because, like, there's no one on this fucking video that's an older boomer. There's literally no one on this video that's an older boomer. You saw one person and the conclusion is everyone's like that one person I saw. Well, you're literally watching video that contradicts that conclusion. Can you remove your head from your fucking ass, look at what's going on in front of you, and actually interact with the information? I mean, come on. Lady, okay, listen, lady over on Rumble, you're about to get deported from Rumble because if you are honestly looking at what is right, lady, are you looking at what is right in front of you or not? Are you looking, D real, are you looking at the video right in front of you or not? Yes or no? Answer in the chat on Rumble now. She's saying, you think that old guy was there alone? No, you dumb fucking cunt. No. I am looking at the video right in front of me right fucking now with the 2 eyes I have in my head, and I am looking at the evidence right in front of me, and I'm going, there's no fucking older boomers in that entire fucking shot. Were any of the speakers at the rally older boomers? No, they weren't. So there were no speakers at the rally that were older boomers. We're looking at a massive protest crowd of which we can't spot any older boomers in it. And still, the MAGA fucking conclusion, because they are so fucking retarded, they can't use their own fucking eyes, is these are all old liberals, and I don't even think this is a big protest. It's like, you literally go fuck yourself. Literally go fuck yourself. Can all of the MAGA boomers who refuse to use their fucking brains, can you idiots just die already? I'm not saying, I'm saying not die of natural causes. I'm not saying you should be killed. You obviously should not be killed. I'm not advocating for violence. I would never do that. But can all of the fucking MAGA boomers who are literally destroying us from the fucking inside, can you guys all just die already? And I'm saying, again, I'm natural causes. I want you to have a very peaceful death surrounded by loved ones. I need you to leave this planet, or I need you minimally to shut the fuck up, because MAGA boomers are destroying everything with their fucking stupidity if they can't look at a video right in front of them and understand what is in it. Like, these people's brains are fucking fried. Can you, if you can't die, if you plan on living another, couple of decades or something, can you please just shut the fuck up and stop participating in politics so that we can come in and fix the problems you retards caused with your own stupidity? I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Let me know if you see me on the video.
I didn't know it was I didn't see it, man. We didn't even know you were with me.
All right, I'm back. I missed it. What did I miss? Did someone see me in the video? Oh, fuck you, bot. Fuck you. Fuck you. Not very nice, bot. That is not nice behavior. Yeah, fuck you, assholes. You're all liars. You're all liars and grifters and con artists. Yeah, Reagan's the only one to know the truth. Reagan didn't see shit.
Okay, guys, if you're just joining us, we're live on the ground here in Portland, Maine.
See, this is just proof. Reagan would never lie to me. Bot, this is why Reagan is in charge and you are not in charge. This is why Bot is relegated to, like, the number 3 position, because Reagan would never lie to me, whereas Bot tries to fuck with me all the time. But even when Bot's trying to fuck with me, Reagan's like, I'm not going along with that. I'm not fucking lying, Bot. Fuck you.
After 25-year-old Colombian national Johann Sebastian Guerrero was killed in cold blood by 37-year-old David Broylette, who is a Maine resident, abuser, absolute scum of the earth. We got some reporting from Jordan from Status Quo News in the background, who actually got this from Jolly Good Ginger's interview with the ex-wife of David Broylett, and I'm just going to read a couple of those notes. ICE agent who killed Johan, the ex-wife, said he was diagnosed with manic bipolar at the age of 12 and withheld that info to get into the military. A psychiatrist said he displayed traits of borderline schizophrenia.
Yo,
Okay,
you got
again,
an
this is
edible?
directly from
God,
the
that's a good idea.
ex-wife that
Oh,
Jolly
I
Good
thought of that
Ginger
3 hours
did
ago.
an interview with this morning. And also Adam Cry did an interview with the wife on adam.cry on Instagram.
No,
As
they're
also
not.
said,
Fake news. My arms are not toned. They're just much thinner than they were. My arms are going to be toned. I'm going to start going back to the gym and lifting weights, and then you're really going to see what happens, because I'm going to get toned real quick, because I've done this before and I know what I'm doing.
pulled a gun on
They're not
her
toned yet, but
during
they will
their
be.
marriage.
They will be.
His former
Okay.
fire chief called him erratic and didn't like authority. Okay, again, this is the 37-year-old David
I gotta do
Broylett,
crunches,
who
too. I gotta do
murdered
crunches sometime
Johann
here, I'll
Sebastian
tell ya.
Guerrero, who was serving in ICE. This is his lack of
But
character.
do you guys know what I do have now? As an aside, and I know no one really cares about this. Do you guys know what I do have now? You can see my fucking hips. I'm cut. I'm fucking cut at the way, like, you can see, it's like actually crazy. I'm gonna take a picture of this at some point. I was looking at myself in the mirror the other day. I was like, holy fucking shit, Karlyn. I was like, I have the lines where like my hips are. I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck?
So he told he was in hiding and protective custody, and she learned he changed his phone number. Okay, so this guy is an absolute all-around toxic abuser. I know, I'm sure many in the chat, women have dealt with this situation before. And just think, would you want this type of person to have a gun, to have a mask, to have body armor, and to be able to go in our city streets and murder our neighbors?
This is the problem.
It's truly pathetic. America is at the lowest point
No
that
one's
we
more
could be at
surprised
right now
than me by
with
that.
what's going on. He was an absolutely garbage human being. And then when we're not putting these types of people where they should be, like in prison, and they're not facing accountability, then this is what happens. Okay, this is the response, because they're going to keep murdering people, and you're just going to keep pissing more and more people off. You're just going to keep pissing more and more people off. And as you guys can hear, even non-hyper-political individuals like here in Maine are fed up. Yeah, you don't have to be hyper-political to know that this was wrong. You don't have to be all up into the politics of it. You don't have to know everything to know that this was absolutely wrong. But it's not the first time, and it won't be the last time. You got Brick. Watch out. Again, guys, continue to support our work. It is pouring rain right now. Pouring rain, guys, here in Portland, Maine.
I was like a drowned rat.
And we have been on the ground all week here in Maine. We've been on the ground covering this story of ICE terror across the United States and the protest response since last year, going to last year across the country, from California to Minnesota to Chicago, Illinois. You know, you got Louisiana, South Carolina, Maine, New York, New Jersey. I mean, and we're not done. Okay, I'm just going to tell you guys that now. We are not done, regardless. But this federal government is not slowing down. So, guys, support independent media. Continue to support us here on the ground. Keep us on the ground, you guys. We cannot do this without you. Statuscoup.com/join. Statuscoup.com/join. For as low as $5 a month, you guys can continue to support our coverage of ongoing protests. Become a member, become a supporter, like the video, subscribe to the channel.
Support until Mercado does something interesting, or until we see me in the video. No, not me.
You guys the other day? Yeah. I mean, every day I've been. The people of Maine really appreciate Status Coup here. Does ride-alongs with ICE and is just a all-around degenerate media.
Listen, I really do hope people realize this is not an insignificant number of people to get out to a rally on a Saturday in the fucking rain. Do you think there's any universe in which MAGA, if Trump isn't there, can get this many people out to a rally on a Saturday in the rain? I don't. Old sub checking in. 10 gifted channel memberships. Thank you for your generosity, my friend. Massive W's to you. Plague Doctors in the chat for old sub. Thanks for dropping by, bro. I hope you had a good day. It's good to see you. I really do appreciate the gifts. You spoil me per usual, old sub. Thank you.
Yeah. More acting like Reddit trolls than they do actual journalism.
Yeah,
so a lot of the people here in this protest is not trustworthy of media. But I feel this past week, me and John have earned the trust of the community. We've been out here being honest, just letting the people tell the story. We interview, we'll ask them a question, but hey, the people here can answer the questions themselves. They don't need lies told about their protest. They don't need to be called fucking terrorists for just using their First Amendment rights. Okay? And that's what we hear from a lot of mainstream media, right-wing media, and others that come out to these protests to cover them. And then that feeds into the propaganda machine that exists on the right, but also it exists in the establishment, and that can also affect some people that are, a Democrat. Okay, and I've seen it, but obviously heavily right-wing. So it's important to get the truth about these protests. They are regular people using their voice to call power into account. Okay, regular people out here to call power accountable, demand transparency for the continued killings that this federal government is doing during these mass deportations.
Mercado's not lying. You guys might not like what he's saying, but he's actually telling the truth, honestly. These are like normal people that have been radicalized. Yeah, that's a whole bunch of Soros signs right there. Soros funded signs. This went on for a while.
Hi, would you like to do a street interview while we walk?
Sure, with you.
Okay.
About the status quo news.
Sure.
Yeah.
Street interview.
Just tell us what you guys are doing. First of all, what's your name?
It's Alexis.
Alexis?
Dima.
Nice. What are you guys doing out here?
What does it look like? We're fighting for our cause. I thought Maine was going to be a state that didn't put up with this shit, and here we go. We have 2 deaths already here. Never mind the 10 that we've had nationwide, and all of the kids and children that are dying in detainment centers, the rapes, the tortures that is going on, people not having access to health care. I'm type 1 diabetic. I'm very passionate about everyone's rights. Everyone needs rights. Everyone needs to feel safe in their community, and that's not what's happening. This isn't making anything better. Definitely not America.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Especially with how much money we're putting into foreign wars across, the Middle East. We have no money.
Hang on. Was that me?
That's not what's happening. This isn't making anything better. Definitely not America.
No, especially with how much money we're putting into foreign wars across, the Middle East. We have no money for healthcare, but we have money for ICE agents to be able to do whatever the hell they want.
Exactly, and it's heartbreaking. And this is, seeing the community like this is so heartwarming, but heartbreaking at the same time, that this is what we come together for, and not for other things, Like, these are the battles we have to fight right now, and there's bigger things to do.
Did you ever think that this ICE terror that we've seen, in Minneapolis or in Chicago and LA, did you ever think it would come here to where you live?
No, honestly, no, not this close. I thought, you can see the amount of people out here. Maine doesn't stand for this type of stuff. We've always been very pro-rights, very just standing with our community, and yeah.
What is something that you want people to know about Maine?
Sure, yeah. Sorry, I'm diabetic. My sugar might be dropping a little bit from all the yelling.
Okay. We're fast forwarding for diabetes lady. No more diabetes lady. Board with her. This protest went on for a while. They walked many blocks in the city.
We're going back to the monuments. Texas, California,
I'm gonna stop recording with you for myself at this point.
What up, Oregon?
I'm getting tired. I want to go to bed. Oh, yeah, okay, Reagan. Okay, fuck you, Reagan. Reagan's right now.
We got Grand Junction,
Yeah, but Reagan's
Colorado,
trying to trick me.
Yakima, California. Here for you guys.
You actually did see me?
It's been
we can go back. We'll go back, Reagan. Where did you see me? Just describe. Well, I don't care. Like, we'll go back.
Covering this story for well over a year, and we will continue. And please, as I was back again.
It's networks marching with the people here. It's just us out here in the ring with the people. So again, statusquo.com/join.
All right, guys, I was back.
Was that back? How far back was that?
Country safe. It's never been about
that girl.
Private.
Look into what's going on in law. You know, I can't cheat it. I
was like, I ran by in the background.
Of us, like, it.
Come to get shit.
I thought I ran by him at one point. I did.
The fact that
For example, and it's all connected because
I
of
don't know when
these.
that happened.
We
gotta find it.
Maine
We
doesn't
gotta
stand
find
for
it.
this type of story.
I don't think that's okay.
What is something that you want people to know about Maine?
They were standing there.
Sorry, I'm diabetic. My sugar might be dropping a little bit. From
Was it before or after this? Around here, was it before or after this?
all yelling and screaming?
Oh no,
I'm
no
good
problem.
though.
No problem.
Keep going back.
This type of stuff. I thought.
Where you
There
live?
I am right there. There I am right there.
No.
Spotted me. There I am right there. I was right there. I saw it right there.
In Chicago and LA. Do you ever think it would come here to
There I
where
am.
you live?
Right here. There I am.
No,
Think I heard
honestly,
on
no, not this
the
close.
Mercado.
I thought, you
Okay.
can see the amount of
Victory.
Covering this story for
Thank
well
you,
over a
guys.
year.
That
And
was great. That was great. Oh, look, he's interviewing a furry.
Go get the bear. This bear cares. Abolish ICE, replace Collins, impeach
Mercado,
Trump,
no furry
stand up to
activist.
fascist cowards. Our neighbor needs you. I mean, why are you a Care Bear?
Well, I think part of it for me is demonstrating both that this is important, that this matters, but also that it doesn't have to be something terribly scary. You're allowed to show up, you're allowed to be part of it and find joy in it, even as it's a struggle, even as it's frightening and frustrating. I also think it matters to demonstrate, especially with someone who looks like me, I'm a safe person, you can trust me, I'll stand in front of you, you can stand behind me and I'll protect you. I want to balance that showing up with being fearful.
Actually, yes. This is exactly like Trendelin's bear costume. Yes. Like, Trendelin's might be a little bit fuzzier because this guy's been wandering around in the rain for 2 hours at this point wearing that fucking costume. So, yes, this is exactly like the bear costume Trendelin was wearing. Yep.
And demonstrating like, hey, we're all part of the same system. Our neighbor got shot down in the street. We got to do something about it.
Exactly, especially because the Trump administration is intimidating people to show up and use their voice.
Yes, absolutely. There's a certain element of like, hey man, ICE looked to me like a bunch of fascist cosplayers, so why can't I show up and make them look as ridiculous as they really are?
Exactly.
Can we call you Bear Tifa?
Bear whatever works, man. I'm workshopping nicknames. I sort of like Big Rig the Bear. I think Smokey, you gotta find.
Even the left is making fun of Andy No at this point. Even the left is like, the Frog was holding a sign that said Frog Tifa. This guy is Bear Tifa. Like, even the left knows Andy No's full of shit, and they're making fun of him. Oh man. Oh man. Cub Tifa. Yeah.
Find something. You gotta find something catchy.
Exactly. You're from here in Portland?
Yeah, I'm from Buxton. It's a couple towns over.
So, I mean, have you been out here the whole time since Catch of the Day, or even last year?
I've been, this has sort of become my action uniform for political action, my Antifa uniform, and it's a place where I think when you live in Maine, you start to take for granted that, like, hey, this is a quiet corner of the world where nothing serious happens. And then I found myself at home thinking, man, if this happens in our backyard and I can't show up, what am I doing, right? When am I going to show up? So I started showing up in January. I've been showing up ever since.
Wow. January of this year? Yep. Did you ever think this ICE terror that me and John have covered from city to city,
Okay, I'm going fair guy. I don't care about fair guy anymore.
All right, guys, so we're live outside here of Susan Collins' office.
Oh, okay. So this is where they ended the protest, and then they just stood around and chanted for a while. I didn't know this was Susan Collins' office. That makes sense. I was sitting on a ledge over on the side. I think that's pretty much it, honestly. I'll fast forward a little bit.
July 21st at 4:30 at the EEC.
Okay, they're talking about their next meeting. Don't care. Don't care. Let's see. Is anything else happen, or is this basically it, Mercado? Okay, let's see if we see me on the crowd. Who is sitting off to the side, like fucking around on my phone? Wait, that would have been where I was. Hang on.
Excuse me, guys. So sorry.
I was right there. I was right there. I was right there. I was right next to that lady in the black hijab. That's me sitting right there. I know I look like a blur, but that is actually me.
Yeah, if you want to wrap it up. Yeah, we can wrap it up. It's raining. All right,
yeah,
guys.
Wrap
so
it up,
that
Mercado.
Concludes today's National Day of Protest here in Portland, Maine.
I'm right there. I'm right
Just
behind
finished
him.
outside of Susan
right
Collins'
behind him
office.
on
The protest
side.
started
See,
in
there I am.
Monument Square.
There I am, right here, looking very fucking thin on my phone. There I am, right there.
We heard various speakers. We heard, chants, so people with signs. There was one counter protester, one and a half that they didn't have an effect at all. Okay, all right. So people were worried about that. They're really never anything to worry about. You guys can clearly see. I mean, me and John have been covering these. You can go ahead. No, you can go ahead. Me and John have been covering these protests, and then people that will counter protest them. And oftentimes there's a massive amount of protesters and then like one or two counter protesters. And that's how it always is. So their voice is loud online, you guys. It truly is. And I know I can. I love that shirt. Heck yeah, buddy.
See, there I am. Right there. Boom. Right there. There's me. That's what I look like sitting, if you guys ever wondered.
Love that shirt. Heck yeah, buddy. Yeah,
Well, I was trying to
Echo
get a
Romeo
video
has
done. I
a
was
shirt that
editing a
says
video.
"Oligargle my balls" for the oligarchy. So, all right, guys. So, hey, me and John
I'm getting
from
up and
Status
leaving.
Quo,
There
we've
I
been
go.
live out here on the
Getting
ground
a
all
policeman
week.
around behind him
From the
or
moment that we heard that Johann Sebastian Guerrero was killed Monday night, I called John, I called Jordan, and I was like, "Hey, I'm
walked around
going."
the other
And they're
side.
like,
I may have
"Okay."
gone around.
And now here we are, guys, because that's what we do.
Yeah, I
We're
was
live on the
ordering
ground.
sushi, yeah.
Status Quo News has been telling this story from the moment Trump took office, but we've been live on the ground covering this ICE story the whole time, you guys. The very first ICE raids,
All right.
the very first.
That's it. We're not going to listen to Mercado's pitch for money. That's it. That's it. We're done. We're done. We're done. Congrats to everyone who made it to the very end of the Portland protest coverage stream. I appreciate you guys. Thank you to everyone who sent in 61 gifted channel memberships. You guys rock. Thank you to everyone who sent in super chats. Really appreciate it. I am currently not planning on streaming tomorrow. I'm going to go see the Odyssey tomorrow, I think. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go see the Odyssey. I'm going to think for myself. Listen, I think the movie looks visually stunning. I'm not mad at Matt Damon. I'm not mad at Robert Pattinson. Robert Pattinson gave the funniest fucking interview where you could tell he thought the whole thing was bullshit. And I was like, okay, Robert Pattinson. Okay, you know this is all garbage, whatever. So I'm going to go see The Odyssey tomorrow, I think, which means I will not be doing a stream, but I think we will be having movie night in the supporter Discord. And so you can join us for that. If you had a channel membership, I will post out the Discord link tomorrow. Oh, there are big boobs in it. There are big boobs in it. Well, you know, probably that's appealing to some people, not so much to me. I will probably see you guys on Monday. I've got a couple surprises planned for this coming week, by the way. I've got a couple surprises planned for this week. And they're going to be good surprises. And you guys are really going to like them. So make sure you're paying attention to the channel. Make sure you are subscribed, notifications on, all that good stuff. Really appreciate you guys. I'm going to go to sleep now. I'll see you guys soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.